Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. I've been pretty busy today. I managed to get myself a second computer for storing files and things like that, which I was desperately in need of. And I also grabbed a pachinko machine that I used to have a long time ago for my brother. If you guys have never seen a pachinko machine, I don't know what to tell you. Basically, think like Japanese slots, but with ball bearings instead of coins. It's a interesting little fun game. This is one from the 1970s, so I was kind of like messing around with it, trying to fix it up a little bit, and I was like tinkering with things. I kind of want to get it mounted on the wall, and yeah, mounted on the wall, literally. So when we left off, I think I hit level 40. Wasn't doing too terrible. Got a nice little skin. Doing pretty good. I did want to check something real quick. Hold on. I wanted to check something real quick before I continued. So I just wanted... Whoa, crash. Oh, interesting. That jank just crashed straight to the dirt. Straight to the dirt. To the dirt, to the dirt, to the dirt, dirt, dirt. Straight to the street, to the dirt, dirt, dirt. To the dirt, to the dirt, to the dirt, dirt, dirt. So straight to the dirt, dirt, dirt. Let's try that again. Oh, look, straight to the dirt again. What the hell's going on? I didn't have any trouble with this yesterday. Something that they upgraded, perhaps? Let me, show in Explorer. Let me run as administrator. Maybe that will have an effect. Hey, you know, the bright side is if it doesn't work, I can always just, you know, like, go back to Diablo 2. Okay. I just wanted to see if cosmetically you could put on, like, other cosmetics from other characters. And it does not seem like it. And wow, that is ugly on him. I don't know why. Kind of makes him look like a girl. I don't really know. Well, that's sad. Complete the main quest in Wortham to unlock. So I can't even look and see what he can use until he completes the main quest in Wortham. So that's probably what's going on. Let's take a look at our kinship. How many new kinship members we got? Oh, look at that nice little scroll bar. Look at that. That's a dang old scroll bar right there. Holy crap. We filled up. Look at this. We filled dang on up. What the hell is at? 87 out of 100. How the hell did we get 87 out of 100? That seems like an awful lot. Look at all these new member applications. Who the hell are these people? Who the hell is these peoples? Oh, O'Reilly. Why are you chewing on my hair tie, sir? That is rude. I need that to keep my hair up. So I got the tail. If I don't got it, I got the tail. You can't just do that to me. Who the hell is 70 at and then with the at symbols? What does that have to do with something? I have no clue what the hell the at symbols are. I see leader, officer, member. And then I see GGM Donks, who's level 70 at. with an at roll. What the hell is that? Yeah, it's because the game crashed. My bad. Diablo Immortal seems to put separate entries. I mean, it's just really weird. I can't click on his name. He has an at symbol next to his name. His role is at. I have no clue what the hell that even is. Diablo Immortal at role. Level 70 too. Like, what the hell? It just says 70 at. What's up, Onyx? The other weird thing is that, like, for instance, I can click on everybody else. I can click on anybody. I can put a note. I can boot them from the kinship. I can report them, block them. I can do all sorts of things. I can look at them, right? I'm assuming even if they're offline. But whoever this is at the top, I can't do crap with. I can't click on them. I can't click on their role. I don't even know who the hell that is. It's really strange. Also, how the hell do we get like freaking 80 members? 87 members. That's crazy. We're almost full up. And I don't even know who half the people who half these people is. Yeah, that's really weird. Leaderboards. Hey, I'm number 31. What do you know? Level 9, 9 minutes and 22 seconds. Huh. Two-player challenge rift. Three-player challenge rift. Four-player challenge rift. Well, that's interesting. Are you guys in voice chat? Which one are you guys in? I mean, I could just pick one. I'll just go to Kinship VC because I don't know if you guys are playing. Actually, let me see, because I can look on the list, and it looks like I mean, there's quite a few people online. Quite a few people offline too. Killer B. There's a clear distinction between pay to win and pay to advance. You guys, you have to know the difference between those two things. They're not the same. If, for instance, if I go outside my yard and I cut down a tree, I cut down that tree. I worked to cut down the tree. I did it myself. If I pay somebody to cut down the tree is still cut down. In both situations, either A, I did the work and the tree gets cut down, or B, someone else did the work and the tree gets cut down. The tree is still cut down in the exact same way because I knew what I was doing. I just didn't have the time, so I paid for someone else to cut down the tree. The difference is between pay to win and pay to advance is that if I pay someone to cut down a tree that I'm incapable of cutting down myself, then I'm advancing in a way that someone else would not be able to unless they could also then therefore pay. So for instance, if there's a big giant tree in my yard and I can't cut it down, but this guy over here, he's got 10,000 bucks to pay somebody to cut it down, then that is essentially pay to win, because the person with the money is able to do something that the guy without the money cannot. Pay to advance is just this guy is working and this guy is paying, but you both reach the same goal. If you're reaching the same goal and one person is not higher than the other, pay to advance is not pay to win. It's called an analogy, Danger Dowell. An analogy is the difference between something that teaches you how something works and something that actually works that way. I completely disagree. You're talking about the difference between spending 24 hours doing something and the difference between spending 10 hours doing something or 5 hours doing something. As long as one person is not above the other person, as long as one person cannot go above the other person, they're at the same level at the end, whether they reached the goal by either A, hard work, or B, paying money, as long as they are at the same spot when they finish, it is not pay to win. It's pay to win if the person who paid is a little bit higher in strength than the guy who worked his butt off. That's the difference. Pay to advance doesn't have anything to do with pay to win, and pay to advance is a completely different thing entirely. Mr. NiNi has a lot to say about it, too. I saw something up there. Hold on a minute. I saw something. Absolutely incorrect. Couldn't disagree with you more, Danger Dowell. If we're going to be talking about terms where we're basically labeling a game as pay to win, you need to understand the difference between terms. And what you're doing is you're confusing terms. You're confusing them entirely. You're basically confusing two completely different things from each other. Pay to advance and pay to win are two completely different things. If I work 50 hours a week at a real job, and I don't have time to play the game for 72 hours a week, like a kid who is, say, 15 years old who's on summer vacation, there is absolutely no way for a working adult who works 50 hours a week and takes care of his kids to be able to keep up with a 72-hour-a-week 15-year-old on his summer vacation. So pay to advance doesn't do anything except for level the playing field between two players who have different amounts of time to spend in a game. If a person who is a working adult wants to keep up with a person who is a non-working teenager who can put in 100 hours a week into the video game, then he can. And as long as that money does not give him an advantage over the player who puts in his hard work and time, there is no pay to win. The only time pay to win comes in is if the money gives him an advantage over the person who does not pay anything. In my opinion, Markov, so far, it doesn't seem like you have to put any money into the game to get enjoyment out of it, no. I have not seen any reason why you actually have to put money into the game whatsoever. So far, there has been nothing so far that has said to me, oh, I have to buy this, otherwise I can't advance. Because it just hasn't happened yet. John Demencio. No video game is free. Not a single one. Free to play does not mean the game is free. What a lot of people confuse that with is that the fact that all games have to have upkeep. Okay? Every single game has electricity bills to pay. They have servers to maintain. They have hard drives that need to be replaced on a regular basis. They have patches and updates which needs to happen. There are development crews which need to be paid. There are all sorts of fees and funds that have to be done for any video game. It doesn't matter what it is. None of them are free. All of them have to have some kind of income, because if they don't have some kind of income, they fail. And most of the games that have tried to do some sort of online free model usually have the person pay for the stuff. So for instance, in Half-Life 2 and Half-Life 1 and Counter-Strike, you could actually pay for your own server. You would pay for the upkeep. You contacted the server company. You set things up. You did all the labor-intensive stuff. And that was the only reason that games like Counter-Strike were ever really free, was because if you wanted to set up a server, you had to foot the bill. So any way you cut it, there's no such thing as a free video game. Somebody is paying somewhere along the line. It does not give an advantage, Danger Dow. There's no advantage whatsoever. Clash Royale is probably one of the biggest examples of pay to win. And you can't really compare pay to win to pay to advance. I'm sorry. There's absolutely no way you could compare those two. And I feel like you're just getting irrational, Danger Dow. I mean, I enjoy having you on the channel, but the more I read of what you're saying, the more I feel like you're basically just conflating the terms together. You're basically taking pay to advance, pay to win, pay for cosmetics, pay for this, pay for this. You just don't like to pay for anything. So you just combine them all together in one big giant ball, and you basically say, okay, this is all bad. But the truth of the matter is it's not that simple. There is cosmetics, which have absolutely no effect on the game except make your character look cool. There are ways to advance your character faster that have absolutely no indication on the power of the character. There is things that allow your character to be more powerful than any other character unless they're also willing to spend money. There are hundreds of different ways that a free-to-play game can be done. And you're just kind of squashing them all together and saying free-to-play bad, and you're just throwing it in the trash can. And that's not really the truth, because I've played free-to-play games that are exceptionally good, and I've played free-to-play games that are exceptionally bad. And you can't just say that they're all bad, because they're not. Daily challenge rewards. I like daily challenge rewards. I mean, you basically are, though. Like, that's the thing. Like, you're basically going, pay to advance is bad, pay to win is bad, pay to anything is bad. I am getting annoyed because I feel like I've explained myself very well. I have made very good analogies to explain myself. And I feel like that literally after the entire explanation of me explaining myself, he just goes, but bad! And I just gotta hang my head at some point and just be like, what's the point of me even wasting my breath to explain how something works for just someone to ignore everything that I've said and then therefore go forward and go bad? I did look, Danger Owl. You basically have pointed out over and over again that any form of spending money on the game at all that gives you any kind of advancement is pay to win. You literally use the term pay to advance is pay to win. That literally if I paid for like something that gave me like 5% more EXP per monster kill, that is the equivalent of like cheating and getting an advantage over everyone else.
no evil.
Danger Dal, you're getting a warning, okay? I'm not putting up with this crap. You came in here to start something. You came in here to complain. You came in here to be stupid, okay? You keep it up. I don't care how long you've been a member of my channel. I don't care how many times you've watched my videos. I'm not going to put up with it. It's simple as that. You are literally pissing me off. You came in here to start to piss me off. That was the purpose of why you came in here. You came in here to start crap. Okay? So either chill out or say goodbye.
Hey there. It's good to see you. What do you need, friend? Goodbye.
What's up, guys?
Oh, you're here.
Ginger. Okay. So, in the game, you can pay to get those legendary crests to have a chance at your gem, correct?
I don't want to talk about it. He's not interested in hearing logic. He's not interested in hearing what we have to say. All he's interested in doing is complaining.
Makes sense.
I'm not interested.
Anywho, did you hear about the level cap?
What is it, 70?
No. So whenever you hit Paragon, you gain 100 and whatever % of experience. So you're gaining extra experience. The server level cap as of today is level 5. So when I hit Paragon level 5, I was only gaining 100% experience. For every level of Paragon after that, you get a 15% debuff to the amount of experience you gain. And then tomorrow they will raise the cap and it'll go on again.
So basically, the more
Meaning that you cannot advance too fast.
Yeah, they're keeping it so nobody can advance too fast. And so, like, let's say I go on vacation for 3 days. Over those 3 days, the level cap will be raised a little bit. But when I get home, I'll be gaining a bunch of extra experience versus the people that are at that level cap trying to progress farther are only gaining like 60, 40% XP.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So, like, say, for instance, they set a level cap of 50. And you are level 51.
I would be gaining like 75 XP.
At that point, any time that you try to level up past level 51, you're basically being stunted.
Yes.
So that you can't progress much further than everyone else until they reach level 50.
Yes. Yes.
And if you do, you earned it because you did it through a fucking nerf.
Yes. And after watching some PvP events today, if you sit and spam legendary crests that you bought and you get your perfect legendary gems, but then you go into PvP, you're going to get smoked because you don't have the gear. All you have is the gems. That's what's giving you your combat rating to be put in that tier of PvP. So yeah, you got these perfect gems, but you don't have any of the set gear. You don't have any of your legendaries. You get completely and totally destroyed on.
Gear isn't upgraded that you have to do over time.
Yes, it's
None
a
of
process.
those things.
You have to grind.
There's a lot of things you have to do more than just get the gem. Getting the gem is just the icing on the cake, really.
Dude, I ran 76 total Mad King Rifts today. And that's how many runs it took me to get my boots for my set that I need for the Barbarian.
I can do a level 8 by myself at this point. I struggle at level 9. That's where I'm at right now.
Yeah. And I'm not going to say how much money I've spent on the game, but I'm currently 2nd place on the Challenge Rift for solos. And I know the guy that's in 1st. Me and him play a lot together. He is completely free to play, and he beat me.
Spent $100, and it was purely on cosmetics. I bought one of each cosmetic, and that's it. I didn't buy anything else except for the Battle Pass for $15, and I bought the 99-cent one time.
You bought 4 different cosmetics?
He bought 6 different cosmetics.
Wow.
There's 6. I'm a cosmetic whore, and it's a one-time purchase, and I get to keep it for the duration of the purchase.
Yeah,
so
but why not just pick the one you like or the two you
Here's
like?
them all.
Why buy all
Well,
6?
I liked them all, though.
Right.
I mean, it's just,
And if I didn't like them all, I wouldn't have done it. But I liked them all. So
why?
I get bored of outfits, and so I'll switch.
I'll stop teasing you. I would never buy 6, but I'll stop teasing you.
The
Like-
other reason I did it was I put a hard cap number at $100 because that's how much a deluxe version of a game costs these days. So I just hard capped myself at that number, and I figure basically I bought the deluxe version of Diablo Immortal, which in my
Included
case,
all those
all the skins.
cosmetics.
Yeah.
Okay, alright, well.
And no one can yell at me that I'm like boosting myself because the only thing I spent money on was an outfit.
Back to full strength.
He's wailing,
there's-
guys.
Oh, they'll still.
I'm wailing, bro. I'm
they'll-
wailing.
They'll
Yeah.
still pretend that you literally.
Yeah, and honestly, there's not many boosts. Like I've spent a good figure on Diablo Immortal, and I'm not farther ahead than anybody that's free to play. Like I said, the free to play barbarian that I play with, he was the first one to level Challenge Rift 20 today because he got lucky. His first 2 dungeons that he did dropped him the boots and the other piece of the grace set for the barbarian that you can get in Hell 1. So he was geared. It's just RNG still.
Yeah, but I'm sure if you.
But
wear
have you bought
that
every
cosmetic-
single pack?
I
Like
have bought. I want you guys to know how much I spent because everybody will make fun of me for spending that much.
Of
But
course we will.
I bought
course.
every single one-time bundle that was offered, every single one of them,
And you're second on the leaderboard?
and I'm second on the
that's the
leaderboard
best
for
deal.
challenge rifts.
But this game's not pay to win.
It's not pay to win. It is not pay to win. There's a hard level cap
Person
every
who's
day.
above him.
I'm just
It's
fucking.
true.
I just love how easy
No,
it
you're
is
right.
with
And
the
it's-
with the whole pay to win
Like,
thing. Like
yeah,
it's such
no,
a
you-
sensitive topic
You
with
can
any
make
mobile
the
game.
argument that because he spent that much money and he's number 2, therefore pay to win, yes. But if you factor in that first place hasn't spent a dime, that disproves that. So
Okay, but also what's the game time difference in the two?
Okay, so
Ah,
me
yeah.
and him have been
That's the
playing. Anytime I'm online, he gets online like an hour after me. And
So-
then whenever I get on in the middle of the night when I'm trying to sleep, I usually see him on. And I hang
this
out with
is
him a little bit.
this is an interesting topic that I think with pay to advance, which is kind of something that they need to figure out, because if a person is willing to spend the time, like say for instance you spent 24 hours grinding the game on launch, right? That's time, okay? And then let's say somebody else spent 24 hours grinding the game on launch, but they put in $300. The guy who spent 24 hours and put in $300 is going to be further along than the guy who put in just 24 hours.
Agreed.
And I understand the entire purpose of pay to
not-
advance, because
not
pay to advance is to
necessarily.
balance out the person who basically doesn't have the time. So if a person doesn't have time, they put in a little bit of money, they can advance a little bit quicker, and they can essentially keep up with someone who does have the time.
there's
Given-
one caveat to that, and it's RNG. It's entirely theoretically possible for the person who put in less time and didn't spend any money to RNG.
But hear me out. You can get guaranteed things that you have to rely on RNG, like the mini little gems and stuff like that. You can get those guaranteed by buying them, and then you can use those in turn to upgrade your shit.
All right, hold on a
Which-
minute. Everybody hold on a minute.
That's true.
So buying the packs hurt me in this instance. Because buying those packs, I got legendary crests. I spent time running those legendary crests. Elder Rift do not give good experience. Instead of him buying legendary crests, he grinded out dungeons.
But I'm sure
So
you
he was
still
able,
got.
No, he was able to get higher level than me, higher combat rating than me, because he got more chances at better drops than I did, because he was doing the dungeons instead of the Elder Rifts, and he got more experience than I did in a faster time frame.
So what's the point of the rift?
The point of the Rift is to get your legendary gems, which I decided after this little talk I had with him about how he didn't do any of those. He just did dungeons, and he has a higher combat rating than me and is a higher level than me. I was like, okay. So I am strictly grinding dungeons until I have all my gear. And at that point, I will start grinding the layers to get all my normal gems to rank 5. And then I will start doing the legendary crest to get my legendary gems.
Oh, is that where the
5
gems
stars.
drop common? Is in like the hidden layers?
Gems drop. You get 1 gem. Okay, so in the layers, you get 3 different events that you have to do in the layer. And
Okay.
each of those events drops you a normal gem. But if you're in a party of 4, normal gems can drop anywhere in the game. So, but that's from my theory and my conversation with him and seeing the PvP events today where the guys that spent tons of money and got their 5-star gems were getting their butts kicked by people with 2-star gems, but with max gear from doing the dungeons. It made me realize gems are not something I'm interested in doing right now until I have all my gear. I mean, if I drop the gems to upgrade my normal gems, then I'll do it. But I'm not going to start farming those or my legendary gems until I get through my dungeons and I have my gear.
You buy the sick fucking bases. You have to farm those yourself.
You have to farm those. You cannot get sets.
And there's no way to expedite finding those either.
No, there is not. The only way
they
to
remove
expedite it
Docker
is
and
run
do
the
that?
dungeon quicker. The only way to get them is to run the dungeon quicker, which me and the guys today found out in the Mad King's Rift. Floor 1, you have to kill everything to get the boss to spawn. Floor 2, you can rush straight to the end and kill the final pack of 4, and that'll spawn the boss immediately.
Isn't
So
the
we
Mad
did figure
King
out a
like
way to
level
get
10?
through the Mad King's Rift.
You know what's more evil than not pay to win? Paying to not win.
Yeah, yeah, I'm in second place.
Well, I mean, it's
My
always
wife
it's
looks at
always
the
been that
leaderboard
way,
today.
though. Like I can tell you from experience that literally pay to advance does not equal pay to win.
No,
I
it
just,
doesn't.
I just think it's a bad
I've
business
played-
model to
I've played
give.
many MMOs where literally someone would go and buy an account, and in the account would be like every god piece of equipment that you could ever want. They'd take these god characters that literally were put together by somebody who actually had knowledge of the game and the way the game worked, and they would literally
Buy his build.
give it to this character because he would buy it for like $300 or $400 or whatever, and he had like literally the end game, like god tier set, god tier build, everything. And I watched this character just like smash his face right into like people who had absolutely dirt tier equipment because he had absolutely no clue how to play his character, had absolutely no clue what he was doing, why he was wearing certain pieces of equipment, what he needed to do to leverage those pieces of equipment, what skills he needed to be using.
Yep.
Like it was just like watching a 5-year-old play a video game.
I think any game that uses like monetization in exchange for anything that increases stats is just so busted. Like, if I use Warframe for reference, I don't think there's a single thing that you can buy on that game that's technically like, oh, you buy this and you're stronger. It's like you can buy different Warframes and stuff, but they still start out level 1. You still gotta grind the levels for them regardless. And then another thing with that would be like everything on their store is cosmetic, and they still make bank.
Okay, hold on a minute. Onyx messaged me and said, isn't Mad King level 10 to 20? So, Onyx, when you hit level 60, anytime you're in Westmarch, you can click on your mini-map and you can select your difficulty. You can play normal. Hell 1 is from Paragon levels 1 to 60. Hell 2 is Paragon levels 30 to like 90. And it just keeps going up from there. And I think the max right now is Hell 5. So when I go to Hell 1 and I go to the Mad King's Lair, I see it as a level 60 to a level 60. And then beside the 60s, it has Paragon levels 1 to 10.
So it
So
scales
the
with
Mad
you.
King's Lair can drop me items that are... So like when you equip a rare item, it has a level. My items from the Mad King's Lair have a Paragon level now.
Interesting.
And it completely and totally changes the entire game. Every zone in the game turns into a Hell 1 zone.
Does that mean the instances in which you see players are only other players in that difficulty?
Yes. When I go out into the public realms, the only people I see are other people that are in Hell 1 with me, which today I think I came across 4 people other than the group that I was playing with.
Hey, Ginger, I have a quick question.
What's up?
Do you think we can put together, obviously we're going to play Diablo Immortal today probably, but do you think we could put together a team of people in the Kinship who actually want to hit level 99? I would
Paragon?
love to do that.
For
No,
Diablo 2.
No,
Diablo
for
2.
Oh, okay.
because it's getting a little bit difficult to kind of put together the P8 groups, and I think we could all do it. It just might take a little bit of
This must be
a pinch more organization to make it happen.
Someone here must.
Yeah, it's going to take organization. I mean, I was hoping that we would all be able to get somewhere close to 99 before we started doing that. though.
Right. Okay.
I mean,
fair enough.
I'll be starting a new job Monday where it's like I'm not online till probably like 8 p.m. Eastern or 8:30 Eastern.
So you'll be grinding at night. Nice.
I'll be yeah, pretty much 5:30 Pacific is when I'll be getting off. And then, yeah, get to do the after work grind for like 2-3 hours before bedtime.
It will be the death of me.
But it's definitely something I'd be interested in because I just don't know. I wanted to start ladder, but I just felt like it was too late. But I learned that ladder's lasting pretty long.
Yeah,
You there.
it's
I'm
still the
looking
beginning
for
of
an
ladder.
ancient
There are
temple.
people who
Now I
are
get
starting
it.
it for the
You're
first
with that
time.
wizard
Still
there.
at
The
this
temple
point.
is to the
Yeah.
Like week 1 of ladder was like 600,000. Week 2 was
And I-
over 1 million.
Yeah, I think right now we're sitting at 6 million Diablo 2 players.
That's
But
really
that
impressive
was the
for
last time I
D2R.
checked was before Diablo Immortal came out.
You didn't expect me to say that it's better than Diablo 3? Diablo Immortal is undoubtedly better than Diablo 3. I hate to
agree.
say
Yeah,
it.
I
The story
also
is better.
agree. The story is better. The map is more engaging. It's less linear. The loot is better. Like, oh, is there a heraldic cube in this?
No.
No.
Because in lore-wise, because the original heroes are still holding on to them, right?
Let me outline the one thing that honestly makes this better than Diablo 3, and it literally you don't even have to add in anything else. You can just throw everything else right into the garbage can, and it would still be better than Diablo 3 for this one feature. You can actually play with other people. In Diablo 3, you were so limited to that 4-player dynamic. And even then, like, everybody would just go and do their own thing half the time. And look at my screen right now. How many people do you see on my screen right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
Oh,
11,
yeah.
12, 13 people on my screen right now. Like, this game has a sort of, like, online aspect to it, which literally makes it feel like you're in a world where people are actually participating in it.
And I agree. It builds like a community, like a stronger community of the
Dude,
game.
I've wanted a Diablo-based MMO for fucking years, and I'm so glad we got it.
Which is
I know. I really
why,
like the
which
kind
is
of
why
WoW
just in
inspired
general
dungeons and
Diablo
stuff.
3 was just so scummy. Like you felt like you were playing by yourself all the time in
Oh yeah,
Diablo
I
3.
hated it.
Yeah.
Like even when you were with other people, you felt like you were playing by yourself. I couldn't even explain it. Like it was like nobody existed in the entire Diablo 3 world except for you, and on occasion somebody who might want to actually talk to you. And like you couldn't trade with them, you couldn't do anything with them. So like most of the time it didn't even matter anyway.
Is the market in this their kind of solution for trading?
Yes.
I miss D2R's trade. Like D2 has a good trading system. What the fuck?
Oh.
must be the wizard.
So you
No,
have to,
this
whenever
system
you
cuts out bots, and I actually like it
Yeah.
more.
so
fair.
whenever you pick up items, and by items I mean your gems, your legendary gems, your
money
you-
makers.
yeah, pretty much your what are they? Gems, legendary gems, your skill tablets that you do with the small charms. Those can come out as unbound. And by them being unbound, you're able to sell them on the trade market. Now, if you go and you have one rank 1 sapphire, and you go to the trade market and you buy 2 more rank 1 sapphires, those sapphires will be unbound. They will not be in the same stack as your other rank 1 sapphire. Now, if you want to upgrade to a rank 2 sapphire, you can use the 2 unbound and the 1 bound. But when you do that, it'll turn it into a bound item, because you didn't use 3 unbound rank 1 gems to level it up.
Maybe I know something.
So at that point, it would become bound to you. But if you take 3 unbound gems and level them up, it'll be an unbound rank 2 gem.
No word.
I don't really get the comment, John, about D2 feeling like you play by yourself. I never really feel like I'm playing by myself
D3,
in Diablo 2.
Oh.
Did you mean Diablo 3? Because Diablo 2 definitely does not feel like you play by yourself.
Well, I mean, if you create a private game, for sure you're gonna play by
Well,
yourself.
if you're playing offline mode,
Oh yeah, Deviant. Let me just say something real quick.
If you're playing single player mode, I'm sure it's
let
gonna
me-
feel like a single player
Let
game.
me just
Hold
say
on a
something
minute.
real quick about your like really long explanations. Like
Our friend here.
half the time your explanations start with like it's real easy. It's like this, and then like your explanation goes on for like literally like 30 minutes, and at that point like it's not simple anymore. Like
I'm
and
very
I feel
thorough.
and I feel like literally like every single time you're like it's easy, it's totally not easy, and like it literally takes you so long to explain it that it's like
Because
it's like reaching around your butt to get to your,
Yep,
your nose.
it is
And
100%.
if it's that complicated, like it's not gonna be something that people are gonna know how to do unless they
Oh my
look up
god,
a guide
I
for it.
cannot wait till you guys get to the Skarn boss fight.
Instead of saying it's easy, you should say, I think this is something you guys could handle.
Okay, I can do that.
No, but here's the issue though, okay? When you have stuff like this that's really convoluted and your average player's not gonna know how to do it, it becomes what I consider to be an unfair advantage. So I've felt this way for a really long time in video games. If it's not apparent, if it's not something that someone can easily figure out on their own,
Our friend
if
here.
it takes too much like going into it to figure out what the hell's going on, and
Okay.
like your average new player is gonna have to like be taught, like almost like going to school or something.
You would hate the chivalry series.
like
So
you're
basically, any
literally.
of the boss fights in Path of Exile.
I mean,
They're not catered to the average player. You
let
literally
me
have
see
to
if I
learn-
can. Let me see if
Hey,
I can use a good
A
example.
great example would be Mordhau or Chivalry, where like your drags and swing manipulation isn't taught to you in any tutorial. It is all figured out just through learning how to abuse the mechanics and seeing other people do it and getting taught.
I'm trying to think of like a really good example, but I can't one right off the top of my head. I mean, in Chivalry there was actually like mechanic abuse that literally
Yeah, exactly.
that literally
right?
you had to actually learn how to do, and nobody would teach you. You wouldn't know how to abuse the mechanics.
Oh, unless
of
you
the game
paid
to
for
do it.
someone's coaching services.
But that's kind of the thing. Like, if it's not apparent and it's not learnable within the game, and you
Yeah,
have to be
100%.
you have to
That's
be taught
busted.
outside of the game, then at that point it becomes an unfair advantage against other players. I've played a lot of games like that with these little tiny things that like the new players just don't know how to do, and no one is willing to teach them because they're more than willing to keep their unfair advantage. Like this, like, oh, you want to know how to do that? Well, yeah, I'm not telling you.
Reminds me of the early days of Minecraft PvP, because it was really like that, like when people were learning that end crystals could just nuke people 100 to nothing in fully enchanted armor. Stuff like that, right? I love bringing up Minecraft in the Diablo chat, because they're just black and white in comparison.
I've got a really good example for you, and it's a Diablo 2 example. Alright, so, in Diablo 2 PvP, there is a way that you could get out of stuns. Okay? So, what was the exploit way that you could get out of stuns?
Was it the weapon swap glitch?
Yes, the weapon
WSG?
swap.
Yeah.
Any new player, anybody who would participate in PvP would have no clue that this thing existed. And unless someone specifically told them that it existed, unless someone went out of their way to teach them, they would not know.
Where they accidentally, by chance, stumbled across it from like a stun, right? And then they researched what they did to make it happen and figured it
Exactly.
out. But that would take stupid amount of luck and time.
But if you were a new player, the chances of you just figuring out the weapon swap glitch is next to nil. And
Kind of like how when they fixed it, people were moaning about it.
And then here's the other thing. So when someone uses it against you and you don't know what the hell's going on, like in your mind, what are you thinking? You're thinking, okay, well, this is not possible. How did he get out of my stun? How did he break this particular, this particular effect? And you don't even understand the fact that there is an exploit to get out of stuns. You just think he's cheating or something. Like you're not even going to know that it's something that people do because it's an exploit within the game. And my thinking on this has always been the same. I don't care that it's in the game. Make a legitimate way to get out of a stun, but don't keep a exploitative way to get out of a stun.
I agree with that.
Because
There's
it creates an unfair advantage to the players who don't know that it exists.
Yeah,
So,
and you know,
so
the people that
change
know
it in
that
such
and that are
change it in
using
such a
aren't
way.
telling them.
Yeah, and the people who are using it and abusing it are not telling other
I
people
never
how to
told
do it.
anybody that I PvP'd with how to do it.
Exactly. So the thing
There's
is
a way in Diablo Immortal to level up your battle pass faster without spending tank.
So the thing is if you make it apparent, it's no longer an unfair advantage. If you make it an apparent so that everyone knows, then at that point nobody can be like, oh, well, you're using some sort of legal technique against me. No, you just legitimize the technique, make sure that everyone knows that it exists, and then nobody has the unfair advantage.
Yep.
And this is kind of like the same way for like I kind of feel like pay to win games sort of get into this, which is where they make the process by which you can achieve like the free to play side of things kind of very complicated and convoluted to the point where the free to play players just don't know how to actually achieve those goals. Like
and then you're incentivized
like
to pay.
it's there, but it's like on Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Oh yeah, it was clearly on display that the Earth was going to be destroyed. On the third sub-level basement in the room that was locked with the in the back, all the way in the back of the room that was locked, and there's no light in there. Like it was clearly displayed. Okay, clearly everyone could have seen it. All you had to do was go down into the basement, unlock the door, install a light bulb, and there it was, right there for you guys to see. Okay?
Did you guys play much Elden Ring PvP? I got a good example for exploits. I mean, this got patched, but there's just certain things, like Elden Ring PvP when it was fresh, had a lot of problems, and a lot of exploits that obviously were related to bugs, so it wouldn't be in the game, but it just made PvP so nasty because everyone had, like, an unfair advantage. And it's like two people with entirely different unfair advantages is a really weird PvP system.
Well,
like you got one guy bugging out like a retaliation spell that's supposed to like counter magic, but he's casting it on himself because he's on fire with some shitty spell.
Well, so Dark Souls and Elden Ring. So let me go through something here real quick about those games. That whole community loves to exploit and bug the crap out of everything. Okay, you can't go into PvP in those kind of games with any kind of expectation that you're going to get a fair match, because it just doesn't exist on.
There's honorable matches, maybe not fair, but honorable, where people respect like the whole buff first, bow, and then no potions during fight.
I will say, well, I mean that's just like standard procedure. Like in any PvP game, if you do any kind of like 1v1 or something like that, it's usually, both parties bow first and signify that they want to participate in the duel. That way there's no false start.
Like in Chivalry, there was Chivalry and Mord, how they use emotes, like a specific emote to kind of signify it. I mean, I think it's funny that it's like communities agree on these. They're like, yeah, we're using the salute emote for this game to initiate 1v1s. Like, I wonder if that's ever going to be a thing in DI. It's just like if people have to start throwing emotes out before they duel.
It's the. Have you done the PvP yet?
No, actually, I haven't tried it.
It's set up like a League of Legends type thing.
Oh wow, really?
It's 8 versus 8. And there's a timer that counts down, and then you go, and there's 2 towers you got to push to the other side, and then that unlocks you the next area, and then you push 1 to their side, and then you can destroy their crystal.
So it's like a base race kind of thing almost?
Yeah.
Huh, that's kind of cool. I'm actually excited to try that. What level is that unlocked at?
It's unlocked throughout the day from noon to 2, and then 6 to 8, I believe. You'll get that little bell beside your codex will notify you when something like that is happening.
Okay. So the bell is for world events and shit like that?
Yes.
Okay, I've noticed it, because I like, most of the events I've been getting is like, oh, one-time purchase events, and it's like, oh my god, shut the fuck up.
So, like, I'm a shadow, so at 4 o'clock, I get a notification there telling me that at 6 p.m., the assembly will start. And then I get another notification telling me that at 7 p.m., the vault raid will open.
Do you guys not have phones? I don't know. I have to go back to like one of the Elden Ring examples. So they recently put out a big patch, and they basically fixed a whole bunch of the exploits that people were using, like tons and tons of the exploits. Because they didn't put this in the patch notes. Like they didn't put like we fixed an exploit that such and such used to bypass an entire section of the map. No, they didn't do anything like that. Like the people just logged back in after the update. And literally, like, an entire mountain was missing because people were using the mountain to bypass an area. And the dude's like, they didn't have to remove the mountain. Like, it's not that serious. And I'm like, it's almost as if they were unhappy with you using the mountain to to skip large swaths of their game.
They got lucky because games like Path of Exile 2 or 3 leagues ago had a league mechanic that 2 big-time streamers were abusing. And Path of Exile not only patched it, but banned those 2 big streamers for the duration of that league for abusing the mechanic.
See, people would hate me as a developer because I'd be banning people left and right.
Right, I agree.
Like if you start abusing a mechanic, and this is how it would go. Okay, if you know that is not something that you're supposed to be doing, and you're abusing it anyway, goodbye. Like that would literally be the criteria right there. Like you are well aware that what you were doing is not within the game rules, and you are well aware that you were exploiting a mechanic for purposes outside of what the developer intended. I would just immediately ban you.
I would just be like, you accepted the terms and service that said you couldn't do this, right?
Like the Breath of the Wild, the Breath of the Wild exploits where like you start the game and 5 seconds in you're already at the end of the game somehow, like that shit. I'm pretty sure you're not.
That's what they were doing. They found out a way to literally like skip the entire map. Like, it was some sort of mountain that they climbed on top of, and they used some ability or something, and, like, it was, like, some sort of timing thing, but literally by the time they were done, they were beating the entire Elden Ring game in, like, 2 minutes.
The tree skip. It's literally just the
user base for showing a problem that the developers left in there is, I don't know. There's blame on both sides there, because the game developers made the game with the problem.
No, it's completely different. So you gotta think about it like this. If I build a house for like a chinchilla or something, and I build it out of wood, and then the chinchilla chews through the wood and escapes, that's my fault, okay? But if I make a house that is completely solid and is made out of metal, and literally, you know, keeps the chinchilla in, it doesn't hurt him in any way, shape, or form, and then the chinchilla breaks out, and then the chinchilla breaks out some TNT or something and starts like exploding the cage. I didn't put any TNT in the cage, and the TNT doesn't even exist. I don't even know where he got it from.
That's a good point.
Like, literally, I build something to be a specific thing, and then the player that's inside of the thing...
My argument to this, Ginger, is, like, if you can't record a bug and send it in, or even post it for awareness, and because you just get banned, right?
Then
all these exploits are so, like, all the more...
You completely misunderstood me. I said if they are specifically using the exploit with the knowledge that what they are doing is wrong. Now, if they exploit by accident, or even if they exploit on purpose and then report that exploit, that is not abusing the exploit. That is something completely different.
And this is something they don't know to test for when they put it in the game.
Think about it.
They don't know to go test if they can get over this mountain, do this spell, and be through the whole entire campaign. It's kind of like Call of Duty put a gun in the game a couple seasons back that could shoot through any wall in the game as far as you could, but they didn't know because that's not something you know to go test for.
I've got a really good example for you. Okay, and this is a real life analogy. All right, let's say you go to the ABC store, the liquor store. Okay, I don't know if you guys have ABC stores where you're from. I think that's a Virginia thing. But anyway, you go to the liquor store, right? And you're drunk or whatever, and literally you walk into the liquor store. The liquor store is closed because you're an idiot and you're drunk and it's like 3 a.m. at night. But you pull on the door because you don't know that the liquor store is closed. And the door's open because somebody accidentally left it open. I don't know, the person who closed maybe was in a rush or whatever, forgot to lock the door or whatever's going on. Something happened and the door didn't get locked. You walk in and you realize that no one's there, the lights are off, and you can take whatever you want. That's like finding the exploit. Okay, that is the initiation of finding the exploit. Then abusing the exploit is literally the process by which you decide that you're going to take everything in the building.
Okay, I hear you.
So you literally have a choice here. You found out that the door is open, and you could either A, do the right thing, B, tell other people that the door is open and everybody can come have a party, or C, keep it to yourself and exploit the door being open and steal as much alcohol as you can. And that's essentially an exploiter in a nutshell. An exploiter is a person who finds something that is wrong with the code in the game and then decides to take advantage of it.
I have a follow-up to your metaphor, okay? So let's say that the drunk guy makes the proper choice and he, alerts the authorities that, hey, this liquor store is at risk of being broken into because someone left the doors open, right? Now, let's say the drunk guy got footage of this thing and he posted on Snapchat to bring awareness or some shit, right? And then all of a sudden you have a group of people now who have showed up to break in and exploit this open liquor store thing, right? Now, by the time the authorities show up, you're still grouped in with them because obviously how did the exploit get leaked kind of thing. So now you're grouped in with these accused of the people who actually did the exploit.
So sharing the exploit online
there really is no
sharing the exploit online is kind of the wrong thing to do. It would be the same thing as if I downloaded a map hack program and then put it up on my YouTube channel and was like, here's a map hack program, don't download it. See, I don't do that because I know for a fact that if I did that, people would go download it.
I mean, yeah, if you provide a link and everything.
Well,
don't watch this video. Here's a link.
Well, that's basically what you're saying he did. He posted it on social media where he knew people were going to see it because he's trying to raise awareness that the door is unlocked. But he should know good and well that posting it on social media and telling people that the door's unlocked and nobody's there is going to lead to people stealing stuff.
Yeah, but not yet. He should know, but
But people are naive. I think GGM's pretty much right, though, in the sense where it's like oh, pardon the dogs, Jesus. But in the sense where if someone literally, knowingly exploits something, it is obvious, and yeah, they should be banned. But if it's I figure it's pretty hard to, get direct hold of the developers through an email. It's just a nobody, right? And then...
Most games has bug reports. And you can very easily make a video and send it to them. I could make a YouTube video right now, post it as private, and I could share a link directly to them so that they're the only ones that can see it.
Oh yeah, I guess you can do that on YouTube with private videos or unlist them.
Ooh, what's that over there? The thing is it's all subjective, right? So for instance, if you're exploiting an offline single player game that hurts absolutely nobody but yourself, then who cares?
Bye.
If it's offline single player, nobody cares. However, in Elden Ring, it's not offline single player. Even when you're offline, you're still somehow online with other players.
Elden Ring's online is weird. Apparently they're gonna update it, but I don't. Yeah. I don't know. The Elden Ring multiplayer was just kind of a cock tease. I was expecting so much more out of it. Maybe it gets an update. Who knows?
Yeah, level 41. The thing about exploits is they can be fun. I've seen exploits that are fun.
Good chat. I have to go.
And back in the old days of Diablo, of Nintendo 64 and Nintendo and Super Nintendo, exploits were part of the game. There was no way to patch them out. There was no way to do anything other than just live with it. Once the developer released his copy of the game, you didn't have, he couldn't, go online and be like, okay, we're downloading patch 2.0 of Super Mario Brothers, so you guys can't, hide behind the walls and skip the entire level. It's hard-coded at that point. And I think that's where things get kind of murky. So using exploits in a game that's hard-coded and is offline is completely different than using exploits in a game that is online and has... different effects with the economy. For instance, duping in Diablo 1, maybe not such a big deal, because Diablo 1 was mainly offline anyway, and even if it was online, everybody was cheating, and it didn't... And I know the devs didn't want them to cheat, but they didn't have any way to stop it. Whereas duping in Diablo 2 has a closed economy, the characters are online, and it actually did have an effect on the economy. It actually did have an effect on the way that the game was played. People's items were just disappearing right off their characters. Like, literally, you would go and trade for something, like Arcane's Valor, for instance, and then literally the next day when you log into your character's naked, and the Arcane Valor is gone, and everything that you traded for the Arcane's Valor is gone. You know, that kind of stuff is bad. And then this is the part that really gets me, is that you have the developer of the game literally patching out every exploit that you guys find, right? So there's two different sides, right? There's two different sides completely. There's a developer that doesn't care, and they're giggling the whole time you find exploits. They're like, oh yeah, that's a good one. Go ahead and use it. And then there's the developer that is literally patching out every single exploit that you find. And Elden Ring seems to be one of those right now. So Elden Ring, every single time they find a new exploit, the Elden Ring developers are basically patching out the exploits. So the developers are literally making it known. They are making it very clear that they don't want people exploiting these mechanics. And the community doesn't care. They're just going to keep on exploiting. They're just going to keep right on going. They're like, yeah, we know that you just, like, patch, like, every single exploit that we just found, but we found, like, 10 more.
Or while you fixed this one thing, you undid something over here that we're going to exploit now.
Yep, you unbuttoned this one. We're going to exploit this now. I don't know, I've always been on the opposite side of things. I know some people love to find exploits in games, and I don't. It's one of the reasons why I don't watch speedrunners. I can't stand watching speedrunners, because all they do is exploit the game constantly. Like, what was this one guy, like, he was speedrunning the game, and I was watching him, and he kept doing this really stupid thing where he, like, died deliberately at certain points, and I was trying to figure out why the hell he died deliberately, and somebody explained it to me, and apparently, like, what he was doing was skipping the cutscenes. Apparently there was some exploit that if you, like, killed yourself during the cutscene or something, or right before the cutscene was about to happen, like, the cutscene wouldn't play, and that's how he was shaving, like, a couple more seconds off of his speed run.
Such a cheesy exploit.
Like, and there's even more. Like, there's so many, like, really cheesy, really just, I don't even understand why you would even do it kind of exploits. But I guess in the speedrun community, like, if you're trying to shave off an extra couple seconds, I guess that's what you do. If I ever did participate in any kind of speedrun community, it would have to be no exploit runs. Like, I'm not interested in all that exploiting stuff going on. That's not me. It's not.
Please, no. Have mercy.
I mean, Bajorn, that's kind of what I'm talking about. Like, when it comes to a single-player game, I don't think anybody cares what you do.
This heat is atrocious.
You know you're cheating.
How much farther are the
That's
rapids
really
in
all
this
that
hellish
matters.
jungle?
So, like, if you want to do a legitimate playthrough of the game, you know that playthrough that you did where you exploited a whole bunch of stuff is not a legitimate playthrough. Like, you're well aware. But online multiplayer, anything that has to do with online multiplayer when it comes to exploits is like off limits as far as I'm concerned. That's if you want to talk about unfair advantages and like pay to win and stuff like that, an exploit is like one of the biggest unfair advantages that you can possibly have. Like, I've seen some exploits before in MMOs and online games that were just crazy. World of Tanks, Lord of the Rings Online, World of Warcraft. There's all sorts of exploits that have come about over the years that have just been absolutely nuts. I was playing World of Tanks one time, and I was in like a Clan Wars match, and the other team was basically exploiting everything they possibly could. They had studied the maps in detail, and they knew where you could shoot through a solid wall. They had literally played around with the map for so long that they had found out that like this little 1 pixel on the wall was not rendered properly, and a bullet could go through it. And they were literally firing through walls because that's how like detailed an exploit they went. And everywhere we went, it was like, this is a solid piece of cover that you shouldn't be able to shoot through, and they were literally shooting through it anyway. Like, they had figured out exactly where you could fire bullets through basically solid walls.
That doesn't even sound like it would make it fun.
Oh, it was absolutely stupid. Like, the entire point of like some of the little bunker holes was so that you could hunker down in your tank. Like, if you had a really tough tank, you could hunker down in there, and you could make it difficult for the enemy to get through. So they had to expose themselves to you to essentially, you know, make it through the area. Well, they just found ways to shoot through the walls. So they were like, whatever, we're not actually going to play the game. We're just going to shoot through walls. In Lord of the Rings Online, there was an exploit for a while that literally allowed people to farm one of the most expensive items in the game for basically for free, to the point where literally the person had like thousands of them in their inventory. And I remember they got banned, and then when they came back from the ban, they still had all the items. The frickin' devs hadn't taken the items away from them. So they came back and they literally had like frickin' over 1,000 of these high-valued items, and they just started selling them on the market board for money. And literally just crashed the entire economy for like the next couple months.
A bit early there. My health returns.
This area's a little tough, and I'm totally not paying attention, right?
At last. But where is the chieftain? That raft is the only way forward.
Oh, the raft. I think I remember this being as something that was on one of the videos.
Still recharging. That ability already. Let's not be too The raft is stuck.
If the developers intended it, it's not a
Perhaps
exploit.
they can turn their spells upon each other.
What if they, quote, intended it, end quote?
If they intended the exploit, then the exploit is going to be left there. That's exactly what I talked about earlier when it came down
Yeah,
to a
but what if
developer who
they-
leads it and a developer who
No.
doesn't leave it.
Reinforcements sure
What
are
if they bunny ears
Now, if I could
quotations
just avoid the
intended
fire
it,
long
though?
enough.
You mean, what if somebody found the exploit and then they just decided to leave it in just because?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, if they decided to leave it in, then that's, again, their decision.
By their own ambition.
If somebody finds an exploit and they're like, wow, what a cool exploit, we're going to leave it in the game. And it's happened before. I can think of a couple examples. One very simple example is the bunny hop in Counter-Strike. So Counter-Strike and Half-Life had this mechanic that was essentially in the game from the engine, because of the way the engine worked, which allowed your character to like bunny hop around. Which I consider to be an unfair advantage because it was very difficult to do, and it did make you much faster. So the majority of the time when bunny hopping like occurred, there was only like 1 or 2 people in the match that even knew how to do it. But the developers knew it was there, and then in Half-Life 2 they basically left it in deliberately. So they basically made the choice to leave it in.
Flesh, strong spirit. Yes, with your soul, the heart drum will beat.
Never good when somebody's talking about taking your soul away.
No, it's not.
One of the things that really bugs me is that, like, I get that pay to win and mobile games have become a sensitive topic because there are some companies out there that have done some really scummy stuff. Like, when I talk about, like, free-to-play games, know that I come from several free-to-play games that have literally ruined. Like, just absolute ruin. Lord of the Rings Online was one of them. Lord of the Rings Online was a game that was not pay to win. It was a MMO that you had to pay a monthly subscription for. And it went free to play. And the free to play quickly turned into garbage free to play, which very quickly turned into pay to win, which very quickly turned into, wow, you really can't do anything if you're a free player, like, at all. And I've also played other games like World of Tanks that actually do the free-to-play correctly. And I've seen other, like, absolutely garbage tier games that were on mobile devices that literally are so pay-to-win that it's not even funny. Like, literally, you just, they have something for everything. You want to make your character, like, way stronger than everybody else? Well, here's a god tier sword that nobody else can get their hands on. Like, pay $9.99 and now you've got a god sword. Is there even like an equivalent sword within the game that you could obtain legitimately? No. Like, that's it. It's nobody's ever getting a sword as good as this one, so just have fun with it. Like, they're over there using sticks and you've got a lightsaber, basically.
Come, meet your end.
I could do a whole class on the differences between free to play, pay to advance, pay to win. Like, it's so easy though. Like, you can boil it down to this. You can literally just boil it down to this. Does it give me an advantage over another player? Can that player obtain the same thing that I've got? If he can't obtain the same thing that I got without money, then yes, it is an unfair advantage. And as long as it's not cosmetic, because cosmetics is the way that a lot of the companies get away with it. They get away with it by just selling you cosmetics, like $50 for a skin, and it makes your character look really awesome, and that guy looks like he's a turd, but he can still kick my butt. And then there's another way that the companies like to do things, which is, yes, you can obtain the same item as the guy who paid for it, but we're going to make you spend 3 years to do it. And this is another thing that I've seen is that it's called an unreasonable time frame. So they get away with allowing you to obtain the same item by making it basically impossible. Like, you'd have to play, like, every day for, like, 3 months straight to get the same item that the guy paid $9.99 for.
Ugh, rotten little fish creatures. One of the pirates claimed Rodri treats these things like pets. Oof. Let's have a look around, shall we?
So far, what I've noticed is I really haven't paid any money so far.
Let's take a look at his desk then.
The only thing I got was the battle
It's a
pass.
mess, of course.
William Thorpe, you toothless coward. The man you sent is chum for my darlings now. Plus, I've locked his score away. If you want it so badly, come take it for yourself. Here's one of the things, though, that's always bothered me about free-to-play games, just in general. So they have a business model which includes selling you items, right? And even if initially the business model is okay, even if initially the business model is not pay to win, there's nothing stopping them from at any point changing their mind and putting something on the market board which is in fact pay to win. And this is something that like makes me never want to say that a game is not pay to win. I'll say it's not pay to win so far. I'll say I haven't had to buy anything yet. I'll say, you know, like, oh, it looks okay right now, but you'll never hear me say it's not pay to win, because when you have a game, when you have a game that sells you things for money, they can put anything up there that they want at any time that they want. If they're running short on cash that particular day and they feel like they need to, I don't know, do like a one-time box that gives you like the legendary god armor of the sun that blocks like all damage and makes you look like Neil Armstrong on the moon or something. I don't know. It doesn't really matter like what it is. And then put it up there for like $99.99 because they want a little, you know, a little cash injection. They can do that. And there ain't nothing you can do about it. You could be playing the game for 2 years and it could be absolutely fine. It would not pay to win. And the company can just change their mind in a heartbeat and turn it into a pay to win game just like that. And the reason is because they've already got the business model. They've already got it set up. They already have the store. They already have everything set up so that they can charge you money for objects, and they can make up what those objects are.
I hope that cursed thing kills you both.
Oh, releasing a new tier of gear always used to piss me off. That's an MMO tactic, though. That's not a free-to-play or a pay-to-win tactic. That is a tactic that has been in MMOs for years, and they do that to keep you playing. Because, of course, eventually, if you play an MMO, your character is going to be fully geared, and your character is going to be, you know, whatever the newest, you know, battle rating is, or whatever the hell it is, you know, whatever eye-level gear you need to get. You'll finally, at some point, deck out your character completely. And they know this in MMOs, and that's why they basically just take you, and they basically just take you and they go, okay, well, we know your character's fully decked out and all, but yeah, we're gonna make all your gear useless, and there's new gear for you to get. So get to getting. Get to getting.
Yeah.
Get to getting.
Oh, I just
Well,
noticed
that's
we're on
one
the
way
same
to-
quest.
We're on the same quest. So let me talk for a second about free-to-play games and why they're good, because there's a lot of negative things about free-to-play games. There really is, and I feel like I've already said a lot of negative things about free-to-play games. But let me tell you some good things about free-to-play games. Number one, there's no barrier to entry, and this is both a positive and a negative. But the positive spin on this is that you get a higher player base. The higher the player base, the more active the game is. I don't know how many of you guys have ever played a game where the game just eventually dies. And the game dies because people stop playing it. They stop buying it. The younger generation don't pick it up because they don't have any money. And eventually, you know, it's over. The game just stops. And I've played games like that. One day there's just nobody on. Like you can't get any new players. So free-to-play games tend to bring in more people. The other good thing about free-to-play games is if they're good, people spend money on them and support them. And a lot of you guys might not like this, but games actually do need support. This is one of the things that has killed a lot of older games, which is they're very, very good games. And if you've ever played a game that's died, think about in your head, when you played that game, did you ever give them another cent past the point when you originally bought the game? Because that's a very good indication of why the game probably died. The game eventually is going to die because they don't have the money to keep it going anymore. They don't got the money to pay for the servers. They don't got the money to pay for, you know, the upkeep. They don't got the money to pay the developers to continue patching the game. They don't have the money to support it anymore. So eventually the game just dies. World of Tanks is a really good example of this. World of Tanks is a free-to-play game that has been going for like 15 years or something. I don't even know. It's been so long. I don't even know what the thing is now. Let's see. World of Tanks release date. Okay, so World of Tanks released in August 12th of 2010. That's the Xbox version. Hold on. PC version. Where's the PC version? Bink, bink, bink. No, I guess it released on the same on both. So basically what happened is this game released and it continued to get updates. And is one thing about World of Tanks that has always impressed me, despite the fact that I don't play it anymore, is that they just constantly have been getting updates, new patches, graphic updates, HD updates, literally game engine increases from 32-bit to 64-bit, and for literally what has been, 12 years? For 12 years, this game has gotten constant updates. Every single couple months, it has new stuff coming out, new tanks, new mechanics, new graphics, HD, renders of particular tanks, and they have never stopped, literally never stopped updating this game since it came out. And it's because they actually have the money to do it. So basically, when you think about a free-to-play game, there are positives to it. Now, there is also negatives to free-to-play games, and as I said earlier, no barrier to entry is a pretty big negative in terms of cheating. The cheaters, the botters, things like that, the people that come in and just, like, ruin the game, a lot of the times, they are coming in because it's free. Counter-Strike Global Offensive is an example of this. Counter-Strike Global Offensive is literally a game that went free-to-play.
Terrible crime. He was imprisoned for eternity. Or so we believed. When I faced him again, something had changed. His rage had grown, granting him terrifying power. I fought with all my strength. Everything I had. I failed. You must not.
Hello?
Sorry, I was watching the thing.
Oh, sorry, I heard you talking. I didn't want to interrupt, and then it just went dead silent. So I was
Yeah,
like, what the heck just happened?
So, Counter-Strike Global Offensive used to have
The
paid
brethren
thing.
are
You had to
under his
actually buy it.
control. They will rise against us.
So much
Persevere
dialogue.
And we will meet ahead.
So they had a cheater problem, but it wasn't really that bad in Counter-Strike Global Offensive, back when you actually had to pay for the game. But when they made it free to play, the cheaters went so ridiculously skyrocket bad. And when they got banned, what happened? They just made a new account and they just came right back. There was no barrier to entry, so even banning somebody was absolutely useless because they would just make a new account and come right back. Make a new account and come right back. I've had it happen here on YouTube before. Somebody came in, acted a fool, started cussing, making all sorts of stupid statements. I banned them, and they would just go make another account, and they would just come right back. Because there's no barrier to entry to YouTube either. You just make a new account. Now, if you had to pay $10 for every single YouTube account, it'd be a little bit different. You'd run out of money eventually, right? Banned. I don't know, free-to-play works for some games. It doesn't work for all games. It does not. And I actually think that the cosmetic thing, like buying specific stuff in the game that is not necessarily going to affect how your character plays, is a very nice way to support the game developers. Like for instance, this cosmetic that I bought in Diablo Immortal, it is a cosmetic that makes your character look like a Diablo character. And
I got that one too.
that is probably one of the coolest things I've seen so far, because literally it allows you to make your character look like any of the Diablo 2 characters from Diablo 2. It has absolutely no effect on the way that your character kills things. It has no effect on the speed at which your character kills things. It doesn't make you any stronger. It doesn't give you any EXP bonus. It cost $25. It was kind of expensive, to be honest, for a skin. But if you wanted to support the game, that is a legitimate way that you can support the game that does not have any kind of impact on the way the game is played.
The barriers that block us also serve to hold back his power. When one is breached, the others bear the strain. As Sargoth's bonds weaken, his power to summon demonkind will only grow stronger. Be ready.
Yes, Diablo 2 Resurrected was made by Vicarious Visions. Vicarious Visions has been finally absorbed into Blizzard, though. Even though they technically have been owned by Blizzard for a long time, I believe now they actually have been absorbed completely into Blizzard, and Vicarious Visions is now gone.
Kill the mages, and the ritual will end.
I remember reading an article about that the other day.
Health returns.
The story of Immortal is actually better than the story of Diablo 3. It's terrible.
I like
I'm
the
actually
Diablo
liking the
story.
Yeah, the Diablo 3 is not bad, but I like this one a lot better just because it has all the characters from Diablo 2.
I didn't enjoy the Diablo 3 story at all. I thought the Diablo 3 story was terrible.
I hated how Cain died right away, but other than that...
I mean, I'm not even talking about the Cain dying right away. I can sort of understand Cain dying right away, just simply from the aspect of they wanted some sort of emotional thing to tie you into the game or whatever. I didn't like the story. I thought the story was terrible.
I am activating the gateway to
let me see if I can explain what I mean. Let me go back to town for a second because I need to sell some equipment anyway. All right, so let's go over the Diablo 3 story and why I think it was absolutely terrible. Number one, This is just the first thing right off the top of my head. They did not need to make Diablo a female. I have no idea why in heck they decided to do that. It didn't make any sense to me whatsoever. In fact, I remember, like, when I got to that part in Diablo 3, it just kind of blew my mind how stupid it was. Just absolutely stupid.
No, that checks out to a lot of married people.
Tyrael falling from heaven. Also just really stupid.
Yeah, that was weird.
I don't understand why Tyrael needed to fall from heaven. The story does not explain it properly or make you feel like it was a good choice in any way, shape, or form. In fact, I just kind of feel like the entire thing was just kind of poo-pooing on the angels. Like the whole Diablo 3 story just seemed to be like, okay, we're going to put the angels in the spotlight and make them seem like bad guys. Because the majority of the angels just seem like bad guys at that point. Tyrael was the only good angel. He got ejected from heaven. Even, what's the one guy's name that fought Diablo at the gates and got his butt kicked? And his weapon broke. Like, that was like some cheesy bullcrap right there, too. Like, you're telling me that the king or the angels or the leader of the angels or whatever, Imperius, has a weapon that is literally so fragile that one hit from Diablo just shatters it into a million pieces. It was corny as all get out, and it didn't make any sense whatsoever. God, I could go over the Diablo 3 storyline and just pick it to pieces. So let's talk about, like, the characters themselves. Like, why did they need to change every single character in Diablo 3 to be different characters than in Diablo 2? I don't really understand that. Except for the Barbarian, and then they threw the Necromancer in later because the game was failing. Cain dying was, like I said, not terrible. Like, I can understand what they were trying to do there. In fact, that was probably the only, like, serious kind of plot development in the entire thing. And despite the fact that I obviously didn't want Cain to die, I thought that was, I thought that was bad. I didn't want Cain to die. I mean, he's like an iconic staple for the franchise. You're killing off your mascot. I can understand what they were trying to do. They were trying to create, like, a moment of understanding that, hey, this is serious. Diablo has come back. Yada, yada, yada. But why the butterfly? They could have made Diablo kill him. They could have made him die accidentally when Tyrael fell from the sky. They could have done 1,000 things that would have been more emotional or more impactful or more serious than making some random butterfly demon kill Cain. I mean, they could have even had him die accidentally when, I can't even remember her name right off the top of my head, but Cain's daughter, they could have had him die accidentally when Cain's daughter transformed into Diablo or something. Or maybe, like, Cain's daughter had some sort of, like, psychotic thing where, like, Diablo's trying to take over and she's, like, shooting fireballs everywhere and Cain gets hit by one of them by accident or something. Like, they could have done 1,000 things better in that scenario than just have a butterfly kill him. And then Imperius. Imperius is... They could have written him so much better. I don't even understand what they were doing with Imperius.
They made him, like, really badass in the beginning. Like, when he would, like, just take out all those groups of enemies, you think he's gonna be great, but then, yeah, they kind of just lackluster him later.
Well, I'm not even talking about, like, his power. I mean, I don't care that he wasn't able to kill Diablo. That's plot armor, right? So, he was gonna lose against Diablo, but they didn't even have to make him fight Diablo. But what I'm talking about is something a little bit different. So, think about it like this. He was portrayed as a good guy, and then for the entire story of basically Diablo 3, they made Imperius out to be like he was an idiot who didn't know what he was doing, that Tyrael was a lot smarter than he was, and that literally the only reason Imperius was in power was because he was strong. And that's how they portrayed him afterwards. They were like, oh, he's a good guy, but he's an idiot who is only in power because he's strong. And that just seemed like it was a really big disservice to Imperius, like, entirely.
See how you handle the biting chill of the abyss.
I like the story of D3, and I don't mind when the story doesn't go the way that I thought it should go. I'm okay with the writers writing their own story.
My thing is it Diablo 3 feels like a fan fiction. That's what it feels like.
It made it seem like there was more politics involved in the angel world, I guess, you know?
So they made it like a PG-13 version of like a rated M game, too, in my opinion.
I mean, it seems like if I had Lord of the Rings and like say Tolkien never wrote the next book, and I just decided I was going to write the next book. Like, that's what it feels like to me. Somebody else wrote Diablo 3. Diablo 3.
What happened though?
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened, right?
Diablo 3 wasn't written by somebody who knew the story and who understood how things were supposed to happen and how the characters were important to what was going on. It was written by somebody completely different who had no clue what was going on and who was just trying to be like, okay, well, we need a story. This needs to have an ending, and just like shoehorn something in there. It's kind of like you know what it's kind of like. It's kind of like Dragon Ball GT. Have you guys ever seen Dragon Ball GT?
No, I stopped watching it after the cell, pretty much.
Unfit to inherit.
I watched Dragon Ball Z Abridged. That's even better than the regular series.
Well, Dragon Ball GT is not canon. Okay, it's written by somebody else. It's an interesting story. It's fun to watch, even maybe with a bowl of popcorn and just to have some fun. But at the end of the day, you have to admit to yourself, okay, this is never going to happen in the real story. If the writer actually took the time to write the story, this is not how it would go. But it's an interesting fever dream, basically. Like a what if, basically. Like, what if this happened?
No, that's a common misconception, actually. Akira Toriyama is the writer for both Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball GT.
No, Dragon Ball GT was written by somebody else.
It says that at the beginning of what you call it, like Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball GT, Dragon Ball this are owned by Toei Animation, Fun Animation, blah 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 blah. This is just
I just looked it up. It says Akira Toriyama is credited as the author in Dragon Ball GT.
He wrote some very small things, like, for instance, you know how Vegeta has a mustache in Dragon Ball GT? That was one of his decisions.
What about the pink shirt?
That was his decision. So Vegeta's mustache in GT is canon. There are a couple little small things in GT that were actually done by Akira Toriyama. But for the most part, like 99% of the anime was written by somebody else. People actually laugh at that too, that literally Vegeta's mustache was canon.
Yeah, and then they decided, I think later on, like this was after the series was done, they decided to scrap the whole thing to make sure that people wouldn't be angry, because people were really upset about the whole storyline.
What, for GT?
For GT, yeah, people did not like GT. People did not accept.
I don't like it either. The whole evil Shenron doesn't make any sense.
I mean, the only thing I like it for, it's like you said, if you're gonna grab some popcorn and be like, oh, this is kind of like a neat OVA what if. Cool, let's go.
Well, it's a lot like animes. You know how animes have filler, and filler isn't in the manga. People still
the whole thing is like a filler.
people like to watch filler. I mean, I would definitely say that people enjoy watching filler.
What is that called? Slice of life? That genre?
But at the same time, when people watch filler, they know it's not canon. And I think that's part of the thing that confuses people, is that literally when you watch a filler episode or something like that in an anime, you don't necessarily know whether it's canon or not beforehand. And then later on you realize that like nothing has ever come of that episode. Like whatever happened to that episode is just like never mentioned again. And then you start to realize, well, that probably never actually happened. I don't know. Man. Well, filler has a purpose, and a lot of the times I can't get mad at filler because I know exactly what filler is for. So let's say you have a manga. The manga's being written, okay, by the author. The company that's being contracted to write the anime is using the manga as the source material. Well, if the anime catches up to the manga to the point where there are no more manga pages to use as source material, but they still want to continue the show for people, you know, to have an episode every week or whatever, they have to give the manga writer time to come out with the new manga. And during that time period, they will use filler episodes. That's how they do it. The filler episodes are essentially just there to fill the time period in between the next manga book. And it's very, very useful because it gives your audience something to look at for that time frame when there would otherwise be nothing. Because if you didn't, then basically there would just be no show for the next like 3, 4, or 5 weeks while you're waiting on the next manga to pop up. And I don't have anything wrong with them, but I do feel like at some point they should probably say that it's a filler. I think they should probably say, hey, you know, this is not, this is the, you know, like happy fun time episodes in between, you know, when we actually have the serious episodes.
You know, I like them when they don't say anything, but it's obvious. Like, you know, when imagine like an anime like My Hero Academia, and it's an episode where they're all going to like a beach hotel resort, and it's like the nicest resort ever in the anime, and you know,
Hot Spring episodes.
Like
Hot Spring episodes are totally filler.
Yes, but when there's only one, and it's if they do it right and it's obvious, I'm cool with those. I'm cool with the Hot Spring episodes. Those are vibey. I don't even skip those. I'll just watch it. It depends how many there are. It has to be like one. You can't do like 10 of them. It's boring.
Manga is not almost pronounced like mango? See, now you make me want to call it mango from now on. Make sure you read your latest mangoes. Let's go, buddies. Get your mangoes on.
While eating a mango. That sounds good.
We say mango because we're American. We don't say manga. Manga is how you pronounce M-A-N in Japan. M-A-N pronounced in America is man. Man. There's a big difference between the two, which is why people in America just call it manga, not manga. Because we don't usually use that particular type of inflection for the letter A when you put M-A-N together. Why are you chewing on my headphones? Rude.
Well, hold on. We kind of do. So M-A-N is man, right? But M-A-N-G is main. So it really does depend on the letter duration, right? Because mang is different than man. Because the A is like an A-Y
Wang.
versus like an A-H. Man is like an A-H, like an ah sound, right? So they are a little different. Well, just a pinch.
It's the A at the end that does it. It's all context. So the A at the end causes it to be man instead of the... if there was no A at the end, if you saw M-A-N-G, what would you pronounce it as?
Right, so it's like there's man, and then there's mang, and then there's manga. So like it goes full circle. If it's missing the A at the end, you don't enunciate it that way. But if there's an A at the end, then you enunciate the first part like man. Maybe.
I'm just saying that's the reason why Americans say it that way. It's because M-A-N is man. It's not... It's...
Manga. I hear some people call it manga.
It is pronounced manga. He is correct. It is pronounced manga. But you're not going to get a lot of Americans to say it the correct way because that's not how phonetically it works.
Yeah.
If we knew Japanese phonetics, we'd say it that way.
No secret. No secret.
Why
I think
can
it
I
was
not
you who was
identify?
explaining that they're kind of similar, though. Aren't the vowels similar? Kind of, sort of.
No, it's their stuff is almost completely different. Like it's but yeah,
Yeah,
u
the letters,
o.
Yeah, that part.
Yeah, but
There's,
even
like,
even that is said different. So they say u o. We would say u.
yeah, and sometimes what?
No secret.
English is fucked, dude. And it's not my fault. I didn't create English.
What it is that we take letters. So MAN is 3 letters. It's pronounced differently depending on how the letters are arranged. In Japan, they don't do the same thing. MAN is 1 letter, basically. MAN is that particular symbol. It is a letter. So it's pronounced that way.
The symbol of man.
But it's pronounced manga. So it's MAN is 1 symbol that is pronounced one way.
They went to Jamaica once and they're like, "Hey, Mon," and then they're like, "Yeah, we're doing that." I get it. It makes sense.
Oh, she must have identified it without me looking. I found another weapon and it's like way better than mine.
You're way better than mine.
It's 516 damage and mine was only
Where are
398.
you? Are you in the Loot Ghislaine looking place, the desert, or are you past that?
Spinning flail.
What?
Sweep
Where's
attack now consumes energy to continually damage all nearby enemies while you move. The hell?
Where are you at in the game, story-wise?
I just killed some guy. I don't even know who it was because I was talking the entire time.
I'm in the Tomb of Fahir. Are you past that? Have you done that?
I don't know.
It's in the desert. I don't know if you're in that area or not. Or if you're still back in West March.
Let me put this legendary item in the stash, I guess. What the hell is rarities and
Looking
antiquities?
for something in particular?
Mysterious weapon. Oh, this is a gambling thing, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, that's
Good
really good
deal
for your
there.
jewelry slots.
Most
They don't,
appreciated.
drop
Hey,
too
I
often.
gambled some boots that are better than my boots. Look at that. He's got 3 sockets in him, though. Wouldn't 3 sockets be slightly better?
I'm really happy that in this game you can't just fucking buy everything and be god tier.
I don't know, for me, the jury is still out, and it's always going to be still out. I mean,
Well,
nobody is ever going to convince me that the game is not pay to win. But you're also not going to convince me that it's not pay to win. I'm gonna use my own judgment on this stuff.
Well, as it stands now, at least you can't buy all of the best gear. You do have to farm that yourself, and that's nice. But they could change that tomorrow. They could change that today. They could be like, once you hit Paragon level 1, you unlock this one-time only deal where you can buy all of this. And this might include equipment that you would have otherwise had to farm for yourself. And that would completely disprove the whole idea of not being able to buy gear. So
The thing that always gets me, and this is, it's kind of a difficult topic to understand. If they make it so convoluted that it's next to impossible to tell whether paying actually has an advantage or not, then how are you even gonna ever know? Like, some games will just bury it so deep, like literally behind so many like different ways of doing things, and like how you get to a goal, having like multiple different currencies and all this other stuff going on, and the system is so complex that like you can't even tell what the hell's going on, let alone know whether or not someone has an advantage over you or not.
You know, I'm with you on the whole jury still out thing, and that's why I chose to only spend, like, I spent $100, but it was all on cosmetics only. And I'm not going to spend another dime. And I'm going to at least go a whole month like that so I can see what's going on. I need to see what I can get out of this game without spending any money on it other than cosmetic. And that's a one-time purchase. I'm not doing any of the repeat purchases in this game because I don't believe in those. It's not something I want to participate in.
Hey, how much have I spent on the game so far? I spent $25 on this skin, which is cosmetic, so absolutely no real advantage whatsoever. I got the battle pass just because I figure that's like one of the most basic things you can do just to grab some extra stuff. Where's the battle pass? It's right here. It's Collector's Empowered Battle Pass. It literally came with a cosmetic, a cosmetic, a cosmetic, a cosmetic, and then it came with battle pass ranks. Like, it mainly just seemed like a bunch of cosmetics.
You get to unlock more cosmetics as you go too with the battle pass, I think.
And then the battle pass came with like some stupid stuff like scrap materials, which you can get anyway by farming. I don't know what these hilts are. I haven't even figured that out yet.
Useless, pretty much.
And then these things, these crests, as far as I can tell, they're not even really worth grabbing. I think the only thing that it came with that I would consider like a little bit pay to win was the free legendary, basically.
Right.
Basically, where you could choose a legendary of whatever type you wanted. They basically just gave you a list of like 6 legendaries, and they were like, choose which one you want. I think that right there was a little much. But at the same time, I literally have already replaced this item, by the way. So I already found something better than this and have replaced it.
Yeah, that's fair.
This was $14.99, and I don't even really think you needed to get the empowered one. You could have just done the regular one for $4.99 and gotten the same stuff. I don't even really feel like I got anything that much better with this one. And then I bought some platinum coins specifically because I was trying to make the kinship. So to build the clan, you need platinum coins. They got me on that one. And we went ahead and we made a kinship, which is basically right here. We already got 87 members in the kinship. And I just needed the platinum coins to start the kinship. And I think that was like $10 for the platinum coins or something like that.
You can earn 300 platinum coins a day, so in 10 days you can earn it in game to make one for free. But yeah, you wanted to do it day one, so.
Well, everybody wanted to be in the kinship, so I was trying to get everybody in the kinship. So I took the bullet.
We appreciate you for that. I'm in the kinship now. Yay.
Nice. All right, what the hell?
30 last night.
What am I doing now? Let's get this.
I'm level 35 now. You hit level 40, right?
41.
I just hit 35.
Nice. We should play together then. We're samesies.
With loot boxes? There's no loot boxes, Brian. I can't figure out what kind of loot box they got in this game. Loot boxes generally have what, like cosmetics in them? I haven't seen any loot box with cosmetics in them. Loot boxes generally have like an item in them which you use on your character. I haven't seen any like that. I mean, the loot boxes, the stuff that they seem to sell in this store is mainly just like. Let me see if I can find one. Here's the Tomb of Fahir. It's gems that you put inside your equipment, which you can get anyway by finding them. These crests apparently like beef up your elder rifts or whatever and make it more possible for something to drop.
The crests, they make it more possible for the crest to drop.
And then the legendary one, it seems to be the only one that's even worth getting because it gives you a guaranteed reward of a bound legendary gem. But the thing is that you can get a legendary gem anyway. It's just a chance. The legendary crest basically makes it so that you always get a legendary gem. And I haven't figured out what the hell these eternal orbs are for.
Well, it's kind of like you're paying to play less.
But none of these things actually have anything in them which is like, which shouts out at me like, oh look, this is something that like is, it's like, here's a cosmetic weapon. There you go. There's one cosmetic weapon. But like when I think of loot boxes, I think of percent chances to get an item. You know, like when in Counter-Strike Global Offensive, how you would get these like little crates and then you would buy a key to open the crate, and it would do like a little slot machine thing, and then you would end up with some crappy like tier 1 skin that you didn't want, and you had to open up like 10 boxes to try and get the one that you actually wanted. I haven't seen anything like that on here. I haven't seen any sort of like gambling style loot boxes on here that have like a chance to give you crap and a chance to give you something good and a chance to give you something medium.
That would be evil. I would hate that.
I think Mr. NiNi has to go pee. Hold on a second. Not really, Brian, because if you can get the item from the dungeon anyway, and the item is increasing your chances of trying to get that item, it's not the same. With a loot box, you can only get that item from the loot box. You can't get it from playing the game. If you can get it from playing the game, then it's not the same.
Go ahead and place the beacons. I'll cast the spell to summon her.
Go ahead and place the beacon. The Temple of Namari. That's the one I just completed.
Oh, you had those hilt coins that you get from challenges in the battle pass.
Yeah, what the hell is that?
You can do a free legendary random. You can buy them.
You know something I didn't like about Diablo Immortal? It's part of why I bought all the skins.
What, how the characters look?
So every time I bought a skin that I wanted, guess what skin would show up at the top of their list? Not the ones that I bought, the ones that I haven't bought yet would always go to the top. So the only way it would stop bugging me is once I had them all.
That's terrible.
Yeah, that's why these games are called gotchas, and that was a gotcha bitch moment. They totally got me.
Well, that's willpower. You gotta have some willpower, man.
Well, I mean, I chose to do it. I wanted all the skins.
You gotta have some willpower, man.
It's basically like they tap me on the shoulder, like, you want these skins? And I was like, don't tap my shoulder, but yeah.
Does anybody know if you buy a skin and then you make a new character, will it work with that character or not?
That's a great question. I don't know.
I haven't bought any yet. If you want to make a new character just to test it,
Sargoth betrayed
I would really
us.
like to know that.
Yes.
For his terrible crime.
I will find out.
I appreciate it, because yeah, I was looking at the Diablo 2 skins, and that'd be sick to have for each character.
Right. So once a month, I think at least once a month you get to. Once a month you get to change classes with no penalty, and you get to carry over everything. So I know at least you get to, but that doesn't really answer your question. Your question is, if I make 5 characters and buy the D2 skin once, will it apply to my 5 characters?
No, I just checked.
Or do I need to buy it 5 times? Well, so what you would do in a worst case scenario is you wouldn't make 5 characters. You'd make 1 and you would just change everyone.
Yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying.
It might just have to be a buy once thing, and it applies to your whole account. It might be an account-wide purchase, which would be great.
So let's talk about another aspect of free-to-play games, which I don't enjoy. Because I talked about some of the positives. Let's talk about some of the negatives. One of the things that I've found with gotcha games, or whatever you want to call them, is they exploit very heavily the weak-minded.
Yep.
There are people who have a predisposition, I would say, to a predisposition to actually like resist buying something that they know they probably shouldn't be buying, but they don't have the ability to resist it. Like they are the kind of person that these gacha games prey on, and I do find it very unethical to prey specifically on these people who can't control themselves. But then again, these people who can't control themselves are on there, and I don't know if it's really. It's so hard to think about it in a term that
there is a summoning ring
like a realistic term. Like think about an alcoholic. An alcoholic might not know that what he's doing is wrong, but still chooses to do it anyway. And a person who gets exploited by these gacha games might necessarily know that what they're doing is stupid, and that they shouldn't be doing it, but they still go and do it anyway.
It'd be like a bar having your first drinks free.
First drinks on me, baby. We'll be here all night. Yeah, I think what you said yesterday is the way to go. So put a hard dollar cap on it. Pretend that this is a game that you would buy for $40 and do not spend over that dollar amount, and you'll never be in that bad spot. At least in the extreme bad spot. You won't be in an extreme bad spot where you've spent thousands, you know? That's horrifying. That's where this game becomes horrifying, is because there are people who are going to spend thousands. And the people who got it like that, it's fine. It's the people who spend thousands who don't got it like that.
I was looking at the market, and like some of the stuff on there is like ridiculous amount of platinum, and then I was looking at the store, and
yeah,
like,
did you see 49,000?
Yeah, I was like, oh my god, that's so much money.
See, let's use Diablo 2 as an example. All right, so let's pretend at some point or another they introduced like a storefront on Diablo 2, and they started selling, like, I don't know, maybe they sell cosmetics, maybe they sell like an infinite book of town portals or something, so you never have to run back to town to get town portals. You know, maybe they give you like an infinite book of identify, so you don't have to like worry about running back to town. Like, they give you certain things that aren't necessarily advantages, but are certainly, like, conveniences or whatever, and you've got to pay for them now.
Or an infinite scroll that takes up a lot of stuff.
So, at this point, you have a full-featured game, which is offering you things that you can do to make your time in the game more fun, right? So you're not losing anything. Like, you haven't lost anything by going into the store and buying the infinite, Book of Town Portal, except for, maybe just, the extra money that you would spend on the scrolls. Or, if you get yourself a really cool looking skin for your paladin, like, that doesn't change anything either. But it's when games go the other route that things get really scummy, and I'm not really sure if you can consider them, like, good mechanics. Like, for instance, let's say you were playing Diablo 2 Resurrected. And how many stashes do we have in Diablo 2 Resurrected? We've got 3 shared stashes and one full, or one character, right? So let's say one day you log in and there's a new storefront, and you log into your character and 2 of your stashes are locked. And then in the store you see a thing to buy additional stash space. And then you buy the additional stash space and it just gives you back the 2 that they locked. Like, that's the kind of... And then
they say that you have to pay each month to keep it unlocked.
Yeah, you have to pay each month to keep the stash unlocked.
Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. They did do that in Diablo Immortal. You do have to pay every month for extra space.
And this is the fine line that gets drawn. The difference between providing you with something extra and parting out to you what you already should have had. Like, for instance, if they offered you a 5th stash, shared stash, for like $5, I better guarantee you there'd be a lot of people who would buy it. if they charge you a monthly fee to keep your extra stash, I guarantee there's going to be a lot of people who don't. But that's what's really bugged me about certain games, is that I feel like they have taken the game, they made the game into a full-featured game, and then they decided to part out the game into pieces to prevent you essentially from being able to get what is considered the full-featured game. And at what point do you say, you know, okay, well, what did I get? Like, if I spend $60, do I get the full featured game? And in that case, why not just have two versions of the game? I've always felt this way about free to play games. Why not just have a full featured version of the game? So make the free to play game exactly as you normally would. And then make the full featured game cost $60 or whatever you would normally charge, and basically make it so that the full featured game and the paid game are mirror images of each other, essentially. So the free to play game is the cheap version, missing all the stash space, and you don't have access to the Herodra cube or whatever, and you've got, like, you know, you got to pay for everything that you've got. But if I pay for everything that I need, it should only add up to the same price as the game would be to get it to a full-featured game. I shouldn't have to pay like $300 to get a $60 game.
All that I promised you and Jin is... For our hope goes with you.
Here's something I like about Diablo Immortal, but I only like it because I don't understand it and I might be wrong. I don't think there's going to be the same bot problem in Diablo Immortal that there is with Diablo 2, because the way the trade system is set up, a bot or a person can't benefit from it the way they can in D2R, for example. Or at least I don't think they can.
So I could go over that too. This is also another fun topic to talk about. I swear I could make my own video games. All right, so let's say, for instance, in Diablo, somebody finds a really rare item, and you want to sell that item. So like a bot takes the item, puts it on a real money trade website, sells it. They get $20 for the item. All right. Now you go take the same game, but now we've made everything bind on acquire. So as soon as you pick up the item, it's now yours. Now the bots just change strategies. Now what they do is they just find the items for you, put them on the character, and then they sell the character. Or they sell the entire account. There's many different ways that you can do it. In Diablo Immortal, the easiest way for them to do the botting is literally just to have the bots running the characters. They get the characters up to the max level, put the max equipment on them, and then sell the entire account to somebody. And botting has never gone away because of these crazy measures. And this is one of the reasons why I'm so against personal loot as a mechanic in the game world, because personal loot does not prevent the bots from doing their thing. People will still buy whole accounts. They don't care. What it does is it ruins the trading and the fun aspect of sharing items with your teammates and all this other stuff. Like it kills all of the fun, but doesn't achieve the goal that it's trying to achieve. You're basically just taking the fun aspect away of, you know, like, I found a really cool item. Hey, you know, hey, John, you're a sorceress. This really cool sorceress orb, I can't use it, but I bet you can. And then he starts jumping up and down because it's the It's like, you know, the orb of the ages that he's been looking for 10 years. Meanwhile, in the personal loot game, you find the same orb, and he just looks at you with a blank stare on his face because he can't use it, and you can't give it to him. Encrypted NFT. The hell is it telling me about? Oh, free daily reward. The glowing shard upgrade material used to upgrade equipment. "17 applications." There's a lot of people applying to the kinship, and I don't know who any of these people are. Like, you would think the application would say something. Ow, stop stabbing me while I'm in the screen. Oh, who the hell are you?
I'm at the part where I have to light these 9 lamps. It's like not letting me click on the right frickin' one half the time. I gotta sit there for
Use
like
use WASD to move around so you can click on the right ones.
Now I just messed up this whole thing and I don't know what to do now.
Just port to town and then go back. You want them all off, and then hit each 4 corner, then the middle.
Thank you. Oh damn it! There's no.
What's up, Silveraku? You're 2 bars away from joining the guild, Onyx. I might have to start booting people from the guild because I don't know who half these people are.
Yeah, like that Nico guy. Who's he?
I mean, I know who you are.
Or that inertia guy. Who the heck is that? Wow.
What's up with these like players on the ground where it's like resurrect? Nobody ever like lets me resurrect them.
Oh, somebody cleared.
They're AFK.
Somebody cleared level 20 rift.
Yeah, they have to approve it.
Pretty much everyone you see that's dead is AFK.
Okay.
So
Yep.
it's kind of pointless.
Yep.
What do I think so far? Silveraku, I think honestly it's better than Diablo 3 and it's worse than Diablo 2, and I think that's pretty much all I can say. If I were to rate like all the Diablos by like their amazingness, it would definitely be Diablo 2, then Diablo 1, then Diablo Immortal, and then Diablo 3. Like all the way down the bottom. Probably with like all of them peeing on him at the same time. Universal P. We've been watching you delve these dread ruins. You have proven yourself a slayer of evils as they arise. But there are those of us who would stop them forever. Seek the arena to the north. Steel yourself against the screams and sounds of war. You may find a destiny in that suits you better. What the hell? Yeah, I have no clue what the at roll is, or how we got 87 members in the kinship. I mean, did we really have 87 kinship members?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to think. Is we didn't have that many kinship members on Diablo 2. What's up with all them new people?
I think
I went to apply today, and I was
well,
like,
the other
oh,
thing
man,
is there's a
no,
limit
I
of.
barely made it.
The other thing is there's a limit of 100 people, and I didn't want to like
150. Isn't it 150? No?
It's 100 as far as I know.
Yeah, that's what I heard, and then I heard after that it was 150.
It says 87 of 100 right now.
Oh, I wonder
But
if there's something you can do to increase that number to 150 then.
Oh, maybe that's what happens when you upgrade it to a dark clan or whatever the hell.
But anyway, the moral of the story is I don't want to leave anybody in the kinship who's actually in our kinship out. You know, who would want to come in just because there's like 1 million people.
Yeah.
Well, why can't you prioritize actual kinship members then?
It's hard to tell who actual kinship members are.
Oh.
The other thing,
They don't have
And people just need to make their game name the same name as their.
Yep. Mine is.
Mine's exactly like mine is in Discord. That's why I was approved like immediately. Like I applied and I was approved immediately.
This one may be worthy, but it is
The other
too
thing,
soon to
we
tell.
can't get converted to Shadow until everyone in the group is 43 plus.
Yeah, that's why we might have to get rid of some of these people that aren't playing, because you can look at everybody in there pretty. I like the way they designed it. I wish this was in Diablo 2, to be honest.
And it also costs us badges.
What are you talking
We have to
about?
farm them up to support all these people that aren't doing anything.
Oh.
Costs us badges? What do you mean?
Well, to convert to Shadows, like the end game, basically.
When you go to join the Shadows, you get like you earn 2 emblems, and then you have to donate those 2 emblems to the clan in order to raise up. You can bring it up in the clan part down in the dark clan bottom. So far, we have 10 signets donated.
What do I think of Diablo 4? Honestly, so far it looks a lot better art style wise than Diablo 3 ever did, so there's a plus there. I feel like it's going a little bit too heavily toward the Path of Exile sort of thing, which is not a good thing. I don't feel like. I feel like Path of Exile is kind of
items on here where you could only equip certain gems into your stuff, like red gems, blue gems, yellow gems.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Diablo 4 is a little too much like Path of Exile. They need to find their own identity. They don't need to copy somebody else's. And Path of Exile is too complicated for most people.
Isn't Path of Exile copying Diablo?
Path of Exile copied Diablo to a point and then made up a bunch of crazy crap that they wanted to do on their own.
Well, originally it was a mix of a lot of things. Like they borrowed from Final Fantasy, Diablo,
This should
and
be the
a whole bunch of other stuff.
So I'm gonna take a closer look.
The thing is that I feel like fundamentally Path of Exile is far too complicated for your average player. Like, to the point where literally you've got to look up guides just to even know how to play properly.
To put every point.
Wait, D2R is kind of like that though too. There's a lot of esoteric stuff in D2R.
In Diablo 2 Resurrected, you can successfully beat the game without knowing practically anything.
Yeah.
There are some hard checks, like for instance, Nightmare is your first hard check, and Hell difficulty is your second hard check. But once you pass, you know, you figure out how you get your resistances properly, and you build up your defense a little bit. You can beat the game with garbage tier equipment in Diablo 2 Resurrected.
Yeah, but that's one
look.
kind of beating the game, but that's not reaching the potential of your character at not even close, you know?
Yeah, I don't think he's talking about like speedrun type, you know, like qualifications of beating the game is killing Hellbale. Like,
Yeah, because if that was the case, we would have been done with Diablo a long time ago.
Yeah, but see, the thing is that in Diablo 2, Diablo 2 Resurrected maintains what's called, what's the term? I had it in my mind a second ago. It's basically the process by which the game sort of like tricks you into doing more than you would otherwise normally do. Like, say for instance, you walked into a room and somebody told you that if you read every book in this room, I'll give you $1 million. And so you walk into the room and you look and there's one book. And you're like, okay, well that's easy. I'll get $1 million. And then you start reading the first book, and when you read the first book, you notice that there's a string attached to the first book, and you like follow the string, and it leads you to a second book that you didn't know was there. And you're like, okay, well I could do 2 books. And then you read the second book, and then you follow, there's another string, and you follow that one, and it leads you to like a library. and literally like you've got to read every book in the library now, and like that's Diablo in a nutshell. Like Diablo lures you in with this like simplicity. It's very simple, and you go into it and you're like, okay, well I'll do this, and that'll be it. And then you're like, oh well, hold on, there's this new skill over here that I can look at, and then this new one, and then this new one, and then before you know it, you're like knee deep, and you're reading like every book in the world. Whereas Path of Exile does something completely different. Path of Exile is like, okay, if you read every book in this room, I'll give you $1 million. And then you look in the room, and there's like 10,000 books in there that are like as thick as watermelons. And you just look in there and you're like, dude, I could never read all those books in a lifetime. Keep your $1 million. And the difference between the simplicity, the subtle simplicity of Diablo 2 and the not so subtle of Path of Exile is that Diablo 2 kind of like sneaks you in the door. And before you know it, you're knee deep in knowledge and lore. Whereas Path of Exile shoves it all in your face right at the beginning and goes, here, learn this. And you're like, I'd rather not.
Yep. I can relate to that feeling. I tried Path of Exile and I didn't like it.
Same.
I played it for like 12 hours is what I have on it.
I did not like it because it was too complex. I didn't like it because I got bored. I got bored
like it because I was told what type of class you have to play, pretty much, and it was like, you're not killing things fast enough. You need to change. You know, like I don't know. It just, I hate when a game like makes it where you have to like min max almost.
Well, great. I'm at the point where I've got to choose between Immortals and Shadows.
I love finding people's gravestones out here.
Thing is, though, is I tried to invite Deviant, and he had already chosen Shadows, and I couldn't invite him to the Kinship.
Yeah, and then Meow left and joined the Shadows, and now he can't rejoin us until we're a Dark Clan.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Like, that's why we have to get everyone 43 plus in here.
Yeah, when I did the quest thing, I didn't leave because, wouldn't be able to get back in.
Together, you and I can rule the galaxy.
Wahaha.
Wahaha.
I think like the best thing to do is probably just kick everyone and have a Discord channel and just post your B tag in there and you invite directly. Just decline anything that's automatic.
I have no idea. Like, is it asking me to choose, or is it not asking me to choose? I don't even know.
No, you don't choose. It's just explaining it.
I have a scroll. Yay.
Show me the scrolls.
Let me see your scroll.
Now there's 19 applications on the list.
Yep. Basically, like, all the top clans are going to be the Immortals, and then the Shadows are fighting against them.
Well, you can't become immortal without first being Shadow, because the Immortals are basically the reigning champs of a season, and they change, and you have to fight for supremacy. There's 2 spots that get Immortals, and they're the ones that gain the benefits and like rifts and shit. But you also get benefits from being Shadow, so,
But Immortals get shiny, glowy things. So.
Yes, and the Shadows can go and steal shiny, glowy things from them.
No, like you actually get a cosmetic, like glowing angel stuff or something.
Shiny, glowy things, my boys. Shiny, glowy things.
I think / hope they come out with the Tal set, cosmetic. Just cosmetic.
The Diablo 2 armor skin that they have for the Demon Hunter looks so cheesy. It looks like the Amazon. Yeah, it's the Amazon as a man.
Are you sure you're not looking at the Amazon outfit? Because there is an Amazon outfit.
Yeah, they call it the D2 outfit.
Oh yeah, there is a D2 outfit too. The one for the sorceress looks perfect.
Welcome back.
So the Demon Hunter, I put it on and I'm like, this is the starter outfit of the
An
Amazon.
object of holy power. To think an old man like me would ever hold such a thing.
I'm
With
just running
the
around
dagger
killing
as
random
catalyst,
stuff.
The ritual should not fail. The time has come. Now then, I believe after all this tribulation, you deserve the honor. Destroy the shards once and for all. 3 shards expunged from this world and safe from the clutches of hell. I could practically burst out into song.
Please, don't. In truth, I understand the feeling, Kane.
Yes, unfortunately.
Honestly, Game Jinx, I think one of the things that that I think a lot of people need to understand is that for a mobile game, like if you just compare it strictly based on the mobile game category and you don't compare it against any game that's not a mobile game, I think this game blows most mobile games out of the water with a frickin' like battleship cannon barrage.
Yeah, it's cool.
Like they're not even comparable. As far as mobile games go, this game literally blows them out of the water so bad, they make them look like stick men drawn by 5-year-olds.
I didn't think a Diablo MMO would work, but after seeing this, it probably would.
Oh, Diablo 2 was totally supposed to be an MMO. You can tell.
Kind of is.
You can tell it was supposed to be an MMO.
It kind of is in a weird, soft way.
I know. I've had conversations with people about this. Diablo 2 is kind of in the MMO category. It is, but it also doesn't fulfill certain obligations of the MMO category. Also, so it's like it's what I would consider like an MMO before MMOs really had solidified
it was
their
the original
terminologies.
MMO before they had the technology to make massive
Right.
servers like that.
It kind of helped pave the way. It's also MM-ish. It's like what I kind of think of it as.
It was as close to that at its time.
Hey there. Be safe, all right? Hey there.
Especially for
It's
what
good
it
to see
is, a hack and slash. Like, that's great.
Well, have you guys ever
You
played
do the
Hellgate
fighting,
London?
I'll do the forging.
Because Hellgate London literally is an MMO, and it's made by literally the same developers that made Diablo 2, and it shows. It's literally if Hellgate London had succeeded, Hellgate London would literally be a Diablo 2 MMO, and it's a very good game in my opinion. So where do I trade in these hilts for a random legendary?
West Birch, very, very top waypoint there.
I'm at the
Right
waypoint.
Yeah, just go to the top guy there. You do need a quest to unlock him though. It's one of the town quests.
What are we talking about? Top guy? You talking about the guy like all the way Commander Kaya? No, that's not it.
No, it's one of the green quests in your quest log. Like you have to unlock the market, and then that's after it, I think.
I've probably already done all that.
Okay, well if you go to the Immortal waypoint at the top there, this closest dude right there.
I mean, I've got a crest merchant, fading embers and runes merchant. Oh, trading runes.
Open your map. I'm looking at your screen. Just open your map.
Immortal, is that what you're talking about right there?
No, he's to the right.
Hilts
like, right
trader?
up the stairs.
Hilts trader.
The waypoint.
Navigating the Hilts trader.
Yeah, right above that waypoint. That guy.
They actually opened up Hellgate London on Steam. You can buy it now and play single player. It's actually pretty cool too. If you wanna play single player, it's been re-released on Steam in a new version.
So, like, you can buy a random legendary every week.
Haha, yes.
You can get gems, crests, and stuff like that.
Your reputation precedes you, friend.
So I currently have 7,000 hills. So there's a weekly purchase limit. Interesting. I've already played Hellgate London one time before, Chungus. I actually did a video on it. It got copyrighted, but whatever. Yeah, here it is right here. 2 hours long. A journey through Diablo 2's past with Hellgate London. The real Diablo 3. That's what I put in the thumbnail.
That's why I got copyright stricken right there.
No, it got copyrighted because I left the intro music in. The intro music is badass, but it's super copyrighted. I just didn't feel like it would be a good video demonstrating Hellgate London without the intro music, so I made the decision to leave the intro music in instead of rip it out. I got some pants. Look at that. I got pants, boys.
Good to have pants.
I can buy 1 legendary crest.
That's basically just a guaranteed legendary gem from Rift.
I can buy keys. 5 key buy limit. I can buy scrap materials with hilts and other interesting things. Crests.
I'm thinking crests and maybe the charms is probably the best thing to spend them on after you get your legendaries and stuff.
Honor is hard won, and just deeds are rewarded.
Yeah, I had no clue what I could spend the hilts on. I was just like running around doing whatever. What's this giant thing? Hall of Ascension. Only a few chosen mortals are permitted to enter the Hall of Ascension. I got some pants, boys. I got some pants. I got some pants. Hercules pants. I got some pants. The more I think about like unique items, the more I like not really too sure I'd ever want a pair. Can you imagine you got like I don't know. Let's say you got like some sort of like unique pants that, you know, have been handed down generation to generation. You think these pants are still going to be in high quality after having seen many a genital?
Yes, I do.
I hope I was
many a genital.
They didn't bathe a lot in those days, I would assume.
Yeah, and they don't bathe a lot either in those days either. You may remember that.
Many a genital.
Many a genital. Not just
Many.
a few. Many.
Many.
Yucky.
Yummy genital on my tongue.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh. Okay.
Dungeons and Dragons Dark Alliance. Is that the GameCube game? Dark Alliance is the GameCube game, right? Yeah, Dark Alliance was not like Dungeons and Dragons. That was one of the biggest issues with it at the time. If you guys ever want to have some fun, Dungeons & Dragons Dark Alliance is pretty much Diablo 2. Like, almost exactly. And it's very fun, too. It's a very fun Dungeons & Dragons hack and slash game, which was made in the same vein as Diablo 2. And it came out at the same time as Diablo 2 as well. So it wasn't really a copy so much as it was just kind of like a coincidence that they both chose the same style of play. But I actually really enjoyed Dark Alliance. I thought it was a very fun game. Very, very fun.
Fury upon you. The light is glorious for me.
They actually re-released Dark Alliance on the GameCube not too long ago. I mean, not the GameCube, the Nintendo Switch.
World's better.
It's really good, too.
Yeah, I'm looking into that game. That game looks fun.
I have a brief playthrough of the beginning of Dark Alliance on my channel. I was gonna play more, but I don't know what stopped me. I think I got distracted by another game at the time. Wow, I think I might actually beat Rift 10. I'm doing pretty good.
Wow, you are. I'm about on 9, but I've been powering up and I'm going through the story mode, so I might be able to do 10 soon too.
The last one I did was an 8.
Oh, I destroyed an 8. Murdered that. That's why I was surprised I couldn't do a 9, because it was kind of a big difference. Like, I was able to comfortably destroy 8 and 9. I could do damage, but the problem was if I got 2 or 3 shot by anything, it would kill me. So I had to dodge everything and play much more conservatively.
Yeah. I'm too sober for that.
8's about the first wall you kind of hit. You need maybe like anywhere like 38 or so for 9.
Dungeons & Dragons Dark Alliance came out in 2000. They re-released it though for Nintendo Switch in 2021.
Come, meet your end. Healed. All right.
Little snakes. Get away from me, little snakes.
Yeah, I'll try 9. Yeah.
By holy fire, be redeemed.
You can do this.
Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 1 and 2 and Dungeons & Dragons Dark Alliance. 2 completely different games. Oh, you got me. I was thinking of Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance. Dungeons & Dragons Dark Alliance, I really don't know.
I'm healed.
You got me on that one.
Yeah, I remember the Baldur's Gate one where you could like cheat by like saving your character and then importing him into a friend's game and then dropping all your stuff, and, like importing into his game again, all your stuff.
I do know rather specifically that people don't enjoy the new Dungeons & Dragons rules for video games.
I don't like anything after 3.5.
I was actually just gonna say 3.5 seems to be like the perfect one for video games, whereas it seems like Dungeons and Dragons rule set 4 and above are pretty garbage for video games. And it seems
garbage for tabletop too.
It seems pretty unanimous that a lot of people just really don't enjoy the new rule sets. And if they really wanted to make a really fun Dungeons and Dragons game, they should just go back to the old rule sets, the 3.5 rule sets.
Yeah.
World's better.
I think I'm enjoying Diablo Immortal still so far. Day 3 here.
Yeah, it's fun. Plus, I'm hoping the next time I log into Diablo 2, I'll get another Vex like I did last
I
time.
like Diablo 2 more, but gosh, if I could have a couple of these features in Diablo 2R, goodness, that's nice.
Just the cosmetics would be fun.
Honestly, anything.
I'm honestly like, I'm honestly really concerned that they haven't added like any kind of like cosmetic or just like the simplest upgrades in the world that you could get for money. Like, let me give you just a short list of things that they can add into Diablo 2 Resurrected for tiny microtransactions that people would rejoice at the addition of. Additional stash space. People would freaking love additional stash space, even if it was just like
a one-time purchase.
Yeah, as long as it's a one-time purchase, like $5 for an extra tab or something, people would be all over it. Extra character slots. People would pay for extra character slots. I guarantee you. Keep it at 20. Keep the character slots at 20, and I guarantee people would still pay for extra character slots on top of their additional 20.
Yep.
Cosmetics. Like, if you wanted to add cosmetics into the game, I guarantee you people would freaking love some cosmetics in Diablo 2. And none of these things would really offer any kind of advantage or change the game in any real way.
They would just add enjoyment. I would enjoy that.
And I'm honestly surprised they haven't added them yet. I really am.
Well, we're on season 1 of Ladder, so that tells me that there's more stuff coming down the line. They could
What the hell is this I found? Caldesan's Compassion? What the hell is Caldesan's Compassion?
It feels like with Diablo 2 Resurrected, that Diablo 2 is almost a brand new game again. A little bit. And the numbers kind of hold true to that, because look at the turnout. That was a very impressive turnout for a 20-year-old game.
Seriously, why am I fighting Ball in a rift?
Caldesan's Compassion, Vessel of the Herodrum, empathy separates the warrior from the beast, understand others, fight for what matters most, visit the sanctum.
You know what? I also think that Diablo Immortal is going to bring in more Diablo 2 Resurrected players, and Diablo 4 when that comes out.
Well, yeah, that's literally one of the things that I was talking about earlier, is that these games like this, sometimes even though they may not be the best games in the world, they will bring more new players into the fold, and they will then in turn be like, okay, well, if Diablo Immortal is good, what about Diablo 3? What about Diablo 2? What about Diablo 1? And they'll go back and they'll enjoy the previous games, and a lot of the times they'll find out, hey, Diablo 2 is way better than this game. I'm going to play this one instead.
Diablo Immortal should be
Diablo 3, and they're like, it's just like Diablo Immortal, but not as good. I'm going to go back to Diablo Immortal. I just wish that there was cross progression on Diablo 3 at the very least. I have a Paragon 800 on PC and a Paragon 1000 on PlayStation, so would have liked to just have it all on one.
Nah, I disagree, Smoking. If it's done correctly, I feel like cosmetics in Diablo 2 could be amazing. I feel like a transmog system would be the best way to go about it.
Yeah, like in Diablo 3, their transmog system is genius.
I just mean, like, you take the items that are in the game already. You don't create anything new. You take the items that are in the game already, and you basically allow people to customize their character to look exactly like they would be in Diablo 2 anyway. Like if I wanted to take a character in Diablo 2 and fashion Diablo him, I could do it. I would just have to wear some crappy equipment to do it. Like this would basically allow you to, you know, like wear what you want to wear and still get the really cool Diablo 2 awesome, you know, art styles. And I feel like that's a good thing, not a bad thing.
If you don't want to, it's opt-in.
Like when I talk about cosmetics, what I'm talking about is like an item that you would buy, like be like a little whatever, you know, like a size of a potion or a ring, and you would right click on it and apply that item to your armor, and like it would make your armor look like Tyrell's Might, or it would make your armor look like Templar's Might, or it would make your armor look like a Viper Magi, or whatever it is specifically that you'd like your armor to look like. You would literally just apply it to your armor, and it would change the appearance of your armor to look like a different armor in Diablo 2.
Who was it that I take these hilts to?
He's all the way up on the right in Westmarch. If you stand in front of the challenge rift, it's like directly to the right.
Okay.
Let's try and do level 11.
Feels like my level 47 skill is just straight up worse than my default auto attack I got at level 1.
I got a high monster difficulty warning here. Looks like level 11 might be a little out of my reach. These guys smart. Wow, this one's 470. Holy crap.
Come, meet your end.
Well, if you get a frenzied shrine, you basically just clear it in half the time.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this one. This one, 11, seems to be a little bit too rough for me.
I think I was level 44 when I did 11.
9 was a little tight for me. Kinda feeling like I might not have the stuff for 10 yet.
Now you're talking about buying things off of a real money trade website, which is completely different. The game gives you an avenue to look like clowns. People will immediately take it. I mean, I can agree with you there. If the game gives you a ridiculous cosmetics that make you look absolutely stupid, I've literally seen games like just fall apart into oblivion because of cosmetics. Team Fortress 2. Team Fortress 2 is a really good example of this. Team Fortress 2 was a really fun first-person shooter, team-based game, and then they started adding in hats, and literally nobody wanted to play the game anymore, and all anybody wanted to do was find hats.
What about the 3-piece Tau set on the Barbarian?
The light is glorious indeed.
And D2R.
What do you mean?
Isn't there like a clown outfit for the barbarian?
Yeah, tail mask, tail armor,
Yeah.
and the belt. Yeah.
It's beautiful. I love it. Big
Jacob Barb is pretty clowny.
I like, yeah, it is pretty clowny.
It's more
I
like a
hate the
jester.
Shaco. I hate the Shaco.
The light burns within me.
I love it, but I hate the way it looks.
That's the
They
only
should've made
good.
it a
That's the
jester
only
cap.
good reason not to add transmog. If I added transmog into the game, I would immediately go, okay, you can't do those, Shaco though. Shaco gets to stay ugly forever.
The Shaco is the only skin you can't get.
My health returns. That ability's not ready. Let's not be too.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to do 11. I already died like 3 times. I might as well just hop out of here because I'm not gonna get any reward for this either.
Hey, you got 10. That's cool.
Final Fantasy XIV is a good example too. In Final Fantasy XIV, they gave people the ability to look like whatever they wanted. You could you could transmog whatever you wanted on whatever you wanted, and they literally took it and ran with it. And literally, there's just like moo cows standing around in town because somebody figured out how to make a character look like a cow, and I don't
There's
even
people
know.
completely naked.
It's good
And
to
it's
see you.
just it's crazy on freaking it's like fashion. The whole game is pretty much fashion at this point. That's all people do is just make fashion
You
characters.
do the fighting? I'll do
Yeah,
the
pretty
forging.
much.
Hey there.
It used to
Good to see
really bother me too, because you know in like MMOs you get
I
used
hope
to
that can
seeing
help.
somebody's persona that they created, and then like one day the person would be like a male Mithra, and the other day the person would be like a female human, and then the next day the person would be a female Gulka, and then the next day the person would be a male Taru, and like there was never any kind of continuity to it, and it started to really bug me.
Well, fashion is the true endgame of any MMO.
I mean, yeah, but there's something to be said for earning the fashion that you've got on. So, like, for instance, with an MMO in the old days, if you saw somebody walking through town with, like, God-tier armor on, you knew immediately that that person beat the new raid and got the armor. Like, that was the only way to obtain that particular item. And in Final Fantasy XIV, it's not that way. Like, most of the stuff in the game,
You have all these people standing around you just gazing upon your majesty.
I mean, that was the whole fun thing about MMOs, is literally, like, you completed the hard raid, you got the freaking epic mount or whatever it was. Like, there's tons of different items that you could get your hands on, and they knew.
On your mount.
They knew, just literally by you standing in town with the mount, that you had completed that raid, and that was, like, your badge of honor for it. Like, I'm cool with cosmetics, but you need to make some of the cosmetics, like, only obtainable by doing a certain, like, raid or something. Like,
That's really important. I think so too.
Healed. Let's not be. My strength fails.
Yeah, because how else are you supposed to strut after you find that BA piece of gear?
Vanity.
I'm gonna try it on try this on my controller, see how good it works.
All right. That hurts.
Why are these guys so freaking ouchy?
I need aid. That ability's not ready.
Hey, I'm item level. Well, not item level. Yeah,
Oh,
whatever.
excuse me.
All right, Homer Simpson.
Rating 481.
You're 481?
Yep.
You passed me. I'm only at 420 something.
Take me to mad.
Why is everybody being so nasty today? I swear. Like, literally all I'm doing is playing a game, and everybody's coming in here, and all they want to talk about is free-to-play systems and pay-to-win systems, and make nasty comments about the stuff that they don't like. Like, strutting your stuff after you find a really awesome item in a raid is like standard operating procedure, Smoke and Jay Franklin. Like, trying to insult that is like literally insulting every single gamer who's ever played an MMO and who's ever gotten an amazing item and who's ever walked around town afterward with a sense of self-satisfaction that they got that really cool item. And you're over here trying to make it seem like a bad thing, and it's not.
For one, it's proof that you can get said items in said location, and other people can go and get them there. It's not just our self-importance or vanity, it's also making sure everyone knows that they can get said items from said location.
And this challenge rift I got is just like garbage tier. Like, there's hardly any monsters. The monsters that are here are not elites. Like, I'm so far behind on the timer just because, like, there's like nothing to kill.
Oh yeah, that one. Those mobs suck. Just
Back to
reset.
full strength.
Which one are you?
It's got the one with the fallen in it. It's
Like, they're just spread all over the place, and they're not like. And they hurt really bad. Let me tell you that much.
Yeah, that mob grouping is terrible unless you get elites.
The light abides no evil.
Okay, apparently in this game, instead of X for select, it's circle for select.
I need aid. Oh, the light is glorious indeed. All right. That hurts.
Ow.
So they use the Asian controller keybinds too.
I'm healed.
I'm using my PS4.
Yeah, but in Japan and China, like the default for yes is like the circle, and then X is the no, and it's swapped to NA.
It's not like I can really do much about it. I don't have like a. It's not like Diablo 2 where you have a swath of items just sitting around ready to fix resistances and things like that. It doesn't really work that way in Diablo 3.
Oh, I need 3 more levels to progress. What are you doing? You're doing Rift?
Heal me. Oh,
I'm doing this, the campaign, the story mode. I'm trying to complete the whole game, and when I do that, then I'm gonna grind to level 60, is it? Is that max level or 70?
60.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to grind to level 60.
So, Ginger, you want to use my Rift? I haven't done yet.
Your rift that you haven't done yet? What rift are you trying to do?
I'll join you for rifts, invite me.
Yeah, let me finish this one and I'll come join you. Give me a second.
Yeah, I'll join too, just invite me to the rift.
By holy fire!
You're a nurture, right?
Yeah.
If you haven't added me yet, I posted my thing in Discord.
Akarat's fury upon you! It's enough energy.
Does anybody else like feel like there's way too many menus and like
Yes.
Yeah.
It goes back to what I was talking about earlier about overcomplicating things for what seems to be no reason.
Hover over it. Like, why don't they have it where you hover your mouse over it and it tells you what it is? I mean, I know on the phone you probably can't do that because you're just clicking on stuff with your fingers, but
I don't have a problem with the menu system, but it does seem a little superfluous. They could cut it down for sure.
Like, I know what it is now, but like a new player, it's very like there's so much stuff throwing at you the whole time.
I knew that was gonna happen.
Yeah, I'm not so sure I'm liking this controller thing. It seems a little slow.
I heard there's input delay.
I love playing on the controller, and I don't experience any delay or anything like that.
Oh, come on. I was literally hitting the button.
I haven't tried it, but that's just what I've seen people in chat saying.
Yeah, I have a mouse and keyboard in front of me, and I have a controller in my hand. I play with both. No difference.
Onyx, you're not wrong. Literally everybody, it seems like today, has come in to whine and complain about the game. Like, literally the entire freaking stream long. That's literally, it seems like every single person who's come in here has had something negative to say.
Alright, I'm gonna go AFK right quick to get some ice. Hopefully, you'll be done with your work.
Healed. Foul creature.
Oh, I just unlocked the second battle pass. Are you getting rewards?
I'm stuck. Oh, okay. Just stuck in the just stuck in the wall. All right. Fabio's like, I was just quiet. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Wasn't me. I didn't do it.
I'm injured. Back to full strength.
Honestly, people aren't even really saying anything, like, legitimately criticizing. They're just, like, spouting, like, dogma. That's what I would put it. Dogma. Like, this is something we hate. Let's spout dogma about the thing that we hate. Let's not actually even look at it and see what the hell's going on. Let's just say negative things just to say negative things.
Oh wait, you can use the controller and the mouse at the same time?
Back and forth. I do.
Holy crap.
I don't have to lean forward at all if I have a controller in my hand. So, like,
my strength fails.
Sometimes I like to just use
Oh, I was wondering. Okay.
Yes, it's better than Diablo 3. Challenge rift failed. God bless it. Freaking. Yeah. I'm literally playing on PC, Game Jinx.
Oh, I just found out there's a secondary thing other than the battle pass that you have to click on at certain levels.
Alright, I'm out if you want to invite me to that group again.
If you got room, I'll hop in. I got a couple legendaries I can pop.
Okay, cool.
Well, I thought we were doing challenges.
Oh, are we? It don't matter.
We can do both, as it turns out.
Yeah, we can do both. Runes are great.
I mean, I've already said many times that Diablo 2 is better than this game. This game is not better than Diablo 2.
Okay, who else was the other person?
Hey, Fatty. Can you add people via the... Yes, you can. Okay. That's easy. You just go to clan members, and then you can find them and then add them.
Yeah.
Who's hosting it?
Yeah, how do you spell your name?
Heyfatty.
What is it trying to do, precious?
Oh, hey, Fatty?
Yeah.
I thought you said something else, sorry.
Fight with everybody. What? Fight?
Okay. I'm on Challenge Rift 9. Do you guys want to do that, or do you want to do the Elder Rift first?
Do the Elder Rift first.
Okay. I need to come back there. Give me a second.
Okay, let me go get
You guys mind if I flex a little bit?
What are we doing? Wow.
I'm flexing a little bit.
Yeah, I do like the fact that you can use a mouse and the controller at the same time. It's much better than Diablo 2 on that.
Yes. I do mouse and keyboard and controller on D2R as well, but it's not as smooth of a transition back and forth like this game is.
So what are we doing?
Greater Rift thing.
I'll open up
An Elder Rift or a Challenge Rift?
Yeah, Elden Rift.
Oh, okay. Well, let me put some doojanks down then.
He's gonna put a thingy thing in it. The thingers.
Can you guys add to this?
Yes, I think so.
Oh.
Wait, hold on. Somebody declined. I forgot to put mine.
Wait.
Oh, no, mine are in.
You can put 3. You can put 3. Oh, wow. Okay, hang on.
Yeah, never mind. I got mine in. I didn't realize.
Pitch in.
Inertia.
How can Cain is still
Are
alive?
you gonna do
This
anything
is
or no?
this is before Diablo
we
3
start it?
Silveraku, so Cain is actually still alive.
And he doesn't ID items.
Which is the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
It is the stupidest thing. It makes me angry. They need to patch that and make it so he can ID items.
Like, I don't understand why you would make him not ID items. He's literally the identifier in every single Diablo game. But you're just like, we're not going to make him ID items in this particular version of the game.
I know, it's stupid. There's no reason for it.
So what a...
I am the Ice Queen.
He identified one item, like at the beginning. That was it.
At least he did that. Jeez. Well, whatever this is, we're decimated. Alright, guys. You're gonna help finish him off. I'm gonna keep the kill streak going by attacking monsters to keep going, you know what I mean? I'm gonna try to help us get that 100.
The light abides no evil.
What did we get our kill streak up to? Was it 110 or something?
130 something.
I hit 200 today.
I'm here.
And it only stopped because the monster got...
Yeah, ours only stopped because the frickin' boss spawned too.
Isn't that beautiful? That's a beautiful thing.
Did I ever find high runes before patch 113? I'm be honest with you, man. When I was during patch 113, I was like 15 years old, and I don't remember like everything that went on during that time period. I'm pretty sure that rune words were not on my list of priorities, if that makes any sense.
Right, I feel the same way.
I probably could have found a high rune and traded away like it was nothing, because I had no clue what the hell it was actually worth. I literally could have charged it, yeah. I literally could have charged it at that point.
Alright, I'm trying to help us get 100. We're so close.
Oh, it even scribbles over a person's portrait when they're typing.
Man, I got us over 100! Fuck yeah, we did it! I've just been delicately staying alive, teleporting just out of their range. Kind of tickling them a little bit.
118, let's keep going.
We started the streak so early on that we can actually keep it going.
157.
Our strategy is neat because I'm getting them like half down and then running to like hit the other ones, and then you guys finish.
So
them
what?
off.
161.
Yeah, and only stopped because the monster came out. We would have hit 200. That was beautiful.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide whether I want to go more defensive or offensive.
Nice.
Because I like the bubble I get. And if I go defensive, I can share the bubble.
I can't use my abilities all of a sudden. Oh, there we go.
What happened to me earlier? I don't know what happened,
That was well played, guys. Well played.
Pain of subjugation.
Ooh, I got a nightmare wreath.
You deal 5.5% increased damage to enemies suffering loss of control. Loss of control. Does blind count as that?
Yes.
Because I blind everybody with my shield regularly.
What could I do for you?
That's nice. That was nice. Can we do that again?
A job well done.
I suppose more file runes would be great.
I haven't even done anything with my runes yet.
I need to salvage this real quick.
Oh no, I take that back. I think I created one legendary gem with the runes.
Hold on, I just got a legendary rune, so hold on. Not rune, legendary gem.
I've done videos on Diablo 4 if you guys want to check those out. I mean, it's not really
it's
not really what this video is about.
Recommended builds on here above the cosmetics tab when you go to your inventory. It's like recommended builds.
Hey, let's see if we can get on the list for 4-player challenge rift.
Hold on, let me just finish throwing this crap away.
So let's see, 4-player challenge rift.
Oh yeah, let's check the leaderboard.
The highest level completion is level 15, but there's like literally the number 5 spot is level 10, 5 minutes and 20 seconds. If we can beat level 10, 5 minutes and 20 seconds, we might actually be able to burn through it. Who we got? We got a 48, a 42. Nah, we might. We got 2 36s. We won't be able to do that.
Yeah, I've only done 1 or 2, I think. Like whatever my quests have made me do, to be honest. I haven't really done them.
Nah, never mind then.
Went back.
Okay, we're doing Elder Rift or Challenge Rift?
Elder Rift again. That was fun. Is there any way to increase the difficulty on these or no?
For what? The Elder Rifts? I have no clue.
The Elder Rift. I didn't think there was because I didn't see an option to. I know obviously there is on the other one, but
No, Elder Rift is actually average of your character levels. It's scaled like an instance is.
so if you do good, then it's still like you did a good job. Cool.
By the way, here, let me post my Diablo 4 videos if you guys are interested. Diablo 4.
I just bought Diablo 1 on GOG.com.
That's good.
I'm gonna rebeat that game. That game's a lot of fun.
I don't
really appreciate walking. I mean running.
Yeah, I mean, I
can't
really
run in that
appreciate the progression system in that game. Like, you clear a level, and then you go down the stairs, and then it's harder. You clear a level, you go down the stairs, and it's harder. I love that.
Yeah, there's no rushing involved with that game. It's just like,
Yeah. You Exactly. Exactly. And I love playing D2 like that in offline solo play. Like there's no cheesing the game really that way. You can only cheese yourself.
I think it seems like on this one, since all the dungeon stuff scale on your level, there's no way to rush anybody.
You can't cheese this game either. This game requires it's mandatory.
Not attacking. Attack.
I do like that. There's no G rushing in this game. If you hit Paragon level 1, you earn that. There's no way. Well, unless you paid for it, like you would just got money. But barring that, you earn it.
Well, you can't pay for XP here. You have to actually get it yourself, and you have to do what we're doing.
Ginger was referring to bots who can just make a whole account and sell an entire account that's already loaded. Barring that,
Such evil cannot be tolerated.
anyone you see who's leveled geared.
I mean, account selling is just the standard go-to when they start doing a bunch of silly stuff.
No,
and honestly, if you wanted to buy an account on here, I guarantee you there's probably somebody already selling an account.
Oh, and you're
yeah, somebody actually spams one earlier. Well, not a website earlier.
And the website's probably selling fully leveled characters with gear. No, even better, they're selling level 40 characters. Imagine. Fully leveled. You can get to level 40 in 2 days.
Is it just me, or have there been no elites yet?
It happens. I was talking about that earlier in the last one I was in. It was like we had no elites whatsoever.
Or they're in like the odd areas that you don't explore.
You know what I want in this game is a frickin' toggle so I can turn off all the buttons like while I'm in battle. There's been so many times I accidentally click on the mini map or like the characters or any of the panels or like the chat window. Like I click on everything on this screen and it's frickin' awful. Oh yeah, the armor definitely looks cooler in Diablo 1, in my opinion. Way better. It's one of the reasons why I don't like rune words, because the rune words are just like, okay, well you just get the blandest version of the armor.
$170,
Like
not
chaff
bad.
before the wind.
Oh, that was a ton of XP. She is wrecked.
Yeah, she didn't have much of a chance there, did she?
No, that was really quick.
We're overpowered.
Honestly, Diablo 2 Resurrected is now the superior version, in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
It was up for debate for a while, but when they started fixing some of the more ridiculous things that have been broken in Diablo 2 for a very long time, like mana burn, the venom snakes, like fixing the skills so they don't miss all the time. There's a lot of things that they did that when they fixed them, they just kind of like blew my mind, in my opinion, because they
finally fixed mana burn.
Because those are things that have been broken for a really long time, like the dodge and avoid and evade bug, where literally it was just never useful. I don't know what's going on, but I can't leave the frickin' thing. Oh, there we go.
Which would you like to do now?
I want to do a challenge rift, but I kind of need to use the restroom.
Let's burn the challenge risks and see how high they can get.
Oh, yeah.
Can I go AFK for about 2 to 3 minutes?
Nope.
I thought the whole point of having it be on mobile is so that you could play it when you go to the bathroom.
On the toilet.
Take it to the bathroom with you.
Take it to the toilet and you can shit too. Just don't drop your phone in the toilet. All right.
Yeah.
It's
I'm on
probably a
PC.
bad thing to do.
If I took my computer to the restroom, and put it on my lap, it wouldn't work out too well.
Take your phone. It's mobile.
The other day, my dad left his phone out in a thunderstorm, and it still works.
Yeah, I'll be right back. It shouldn't be too long.
Yep.
Oh, can't jump over that.
I can leave if you want to do a couple while I'm gone. I don't know how long it takes.
Yeah, I'm only level 36. I haven't done any either. I'll leave.
I'm down. Let's do it. I already cleared a level 8 by myself. I want to see how high we can go.
Who's saying that?
Me, Inertia.
Oh yeah, level 9's gonna kick your butt.
Yeah, and level 9 did kick my butt, but in a group I think I'd be fine.
Oh, son of a bitch.
And I just upgraded some of my gear since the last time I tried level 9, so might be a little better.
Cat Kitty's level 46. No Cat Kitty. Bubbles, level 47. Oh, I'm not the party leader.
Wow, why is he like summoning all of them on top of me?
My combat rating is 1969. Is that good?
1969?
Yeah.
Like the plane?
Perhaps.
Click on the little more stats thing.
Oh. Yeah, combat rating 1969 out of 2000. Am I reading that wrong?
You're level 36?
Yeah.
My combat rating is 423.
That's your battle power, not your combat rating.
Well, it says current combat rating, semicolon 1969 2000. But yeah, that's my life and damage attributes level 11. So maybe.
So down at the bottom it says more attributes.
The other one, which also says combat rating, which is offense and defense attributes, that one's 326 out of 360.
I don't see any other combat rating on this list. I see damage, I see life.
Yeah, if I go to conquest and then player versus player, it says life and damage attributes.
Conquest? What the hell are you looking at?
Codex.
The ham biscuit you doing, boy?
Looking at my codex, clicking on the buttons, getting my poppables.
Yeah, that's not your combat rating. That's just your life and damage stats rating.
It literally says combat rating, semicolon, 1969 over 2000, so.
Yeah, that's for your life and damage for PvP, but not your actual rating, which is the offense and defense.
Well, apparently it's a combat rating. I mean, you can argue with the developers if you want. It says it right here in front of my face. It says combat rating.
Oh,
So
that was fun.
One of the combat ratings, apparently. Although it is weird that you have two combat ratings. Well, I guess One's for world and one's for PvP, so I guess they're just the specs are different when you're in PvP, I guess. Like you have two different combat ratings. You have a
One's life and damage, the other one is defense and what you call it? Defense and offense.
Yeah,
Yeah, my life and damage is way higher than my other one.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, my life and damage is like 5 times. It's like 6 times higher than my offense and defense.
I just want stackable gems and runes. I mean, you're not wrong, Office Gossip. You're not wrong.
Oh,
I want stackable gems and runes in D2R as well. Please, please.
Everybody wants stackable
What do you need,
gems
friend?
and runes.
Stackables. Come on, please. Ooh, 70.
We got stackable gems and runes at home.
I'm still kind of wondering if I should go ahead and like either sell it on the auction house or use it to upgrade my
I hope
other
that can
gems.
help.
It's the legendary gem I got in that rift.
Sell it on the auction house.
It's got a chance. It got a chance to have enemies flee on hit, and as a monk, I kind of don't want that actually.
I sold my topaz, my extra topaz on the market, and someone bought it. It was cool. I got
I've
platinum.
sold quite a few gems on the market. I have
Yeah.
over 1,000 platinum.
Yeah, I sold a few gems as well. It was nice.
Well, I've got 600 just from.
And I just found those gems. I didn't, I just found them from playing. So you can get in-game currency for
All right,
free.
let's see if we can do this.
Okay, we got 3. Where's
You're level 10
Mr.
or
Patty? Mr. Patty, you want to join us?
I don't think I can. I've only played it one time, so I don't think I could. Can I just join yours?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or we could. I think if we do it from where you started it, we could all get the rewards from it too. I think because I need more of those yellow.
Like 1 or 2, I think, of these.
Yeah, I need more of those yellow.
I've just been playing the story, really.
Join us. One of us. One of us. One
How do I
of
join
us.
you guys?
One of us.
Sounds like you. Otherwise, I don't know. Actually, how do you join a party that's already in?
One of us. One of us.
You can't join a party that's already in a challenge rift.
No, join a party that's already partied together. How do you ask to join a party?
You just
You
click
have to
on the
get
plus
an
symbol
invite.
and invite people.
I will be your shield.
Okay, well let's see. What's the highest you've done?
I think I've only done 1. Yeah, I've done 1.
Just see if we can go into like a 7 and see if he can actually do it.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, because if not, I'll just grind
Well,
out
I could.
Okay,
I could
it says
enter.
accept.
I could enter your 10 earlier, and I had only completed 7. So
I'm pretty sure that the solo rifts are what you can personally do. So like you can't choose anything higher than the highest solo rift that you've completed. I mean, I've completed 10. I should be walking through a 7.
You will break against my shield.
Okay, bring them all together so I can murder them all at once.
I love monk.
Fucking spear chuckers. Literally, royal spearmen. They're chucking spears at my face. Have you noticed that the range monsters in this game are kind of OP?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Oh, super OP.
Like any monster with a ranged ability just like rips you to shreds for no reason.
They have aimbot too.
Oh yeah, definitely aimbot.
The one that really messes me up is those Blood Raven stuff.
Hey, how come there's no counter going on?
I don't know. I noticed that too. I was like, what number are we on? And I looked down and it didn't say anything. I was like, oh, well, I guess we're not on any number.
My health returns.
Now, does everybody get
Righteous flame! There's no way to save from this filth.
I think everybody gets it.
Frenzy's shrines are insanely OP.
Somebody needs to heal.
Like both of you guys can be also. Grab those on foot.
World's better.
Is 4 minutes and 10 seconds fast?
I didn't get any bonus materials, did you?
Yeah, I think we ran that pretty fast.
So wait, do you not get any XP from there?
I have no clue. Maybe it's because we'd already completed it.
I think so. Deviant was saying that the best way to get XP is to go to like your last dungeon and just keep running that if you're like stuck.
Well, we just got ranked though.
Ooh.
Not really
Okay,
sure
rank.
if it was Rift 7, 4 minutes and 41 seconds. We are, where are we at? Number 50. Oh, it looks like we'd be in between 52 and 53.
That's nice.
Doesn't seem, the name's not on the list, but I don't know.
Yeah, it says I'm 53 if you look at the very bottom.
I'm actually number
your name.
I'm actually number 20 on the challenge rift right now because I completed number 10 in 7 minutes and 1 second. Apparently there's not a lot of people who've completed it more than level 10. They're pretty short list. Like it gets pretty high really quickly. Like it's like 10 and then there's like a couple 11s and there's like 2 12s and 1 13 and then a 14, a 15 and a 19. The highest person has completed Rift 19 at this point. One person completed Rift 20 apparently. It was on the leaderboard. I thought it was. Yeah, 53. We just got 53 for that. Let's you know what? Let's do number 8 and see if we can get a higher ranking. We'll at least get our names on the board. And then we can try number 9 and we can see if we can do number 9. I can clear number 10 just barely. I don't know if we're going to be able to clear number 10 though, because we do have one higher level than me, and we also have 2 lower levels than me, so could be interesting to see how that rolls. I mean, as long as we're in the front tanking and you guys are in the back DPSing, maybe we'll be alright, I don't know.
Well, we almost did it last night.
Yeah, we were close.
I think we can do an 11.
I don't know. 11 is combat rating 470, so it's a little bit more difficult.
I did that at like level 44, I think.
I think that's the main difference between the challenge rifts and the elder rifts, is that the challenge rifts are at a set difficulty. The elder rifts are not. So the elder rifts are like everybody has like their own instanced monsters at a specific level, and it's specifically for them.
I find that like the elder rifts are just a joke.
Well, since they seem to be instanced for everybody, it's a lot easier. I noticed I'm a lot tankier than you are, Monk. You were in here getting your butt handed to you. You seem to be the DPS.
Now don't even have my top DPS.
Speaking of DPS, ever since I got this new legendary item that makes me have like a spinning chain, I can put out some crazy DPS in large groups. It seems to be about the same as my normal damage, like attacking targets, but like when I'm in a group of monsters and I can hit all of them, it's pretty sexy.
My holy fire, be redeemed!
Yeah, I think I'm gonna switch to exploding bomb instead of the defensive one I have, but I don't know, the defensive one is more damage, so I don't have to use a health pot. I mean, I still have to use a health pot, but...
Well, I think there's some strategy involved here too, if we can get the strategy right. Like, we have one sorceress who has an AoE ability. We have me, who has a ground-based AoE ability and an AoE ability. And then we have a monk who has a very nice like vacuum ability, which sucks everybody in. So the wizard and me need to make sure that we're putting the ability on top of you, basically. And you need to make sure you're sucking them in when we have the abilities up on top of the monsters. That way we have a constant, you know, like, DPS stream coming from the AoE abilities. And it should help us kill the monsters a heck of a lot faster. And I think just, like, the combination of the AoE abilities and then your vacuum ability together is pretty insane. But really, it's the monk that's focusing them together that really makes it work. I mean, look at how quick this freaking group of monsters went down. I mean, that was insane. If we can do that every single time, we'll have no problem with these rifts. There's another champion pack over there.
You will break against my shield.
Whoa.
There's a champion pack and a unique over here. Let's see if we can get them all together.
The light is glorious indeed.
Blinding. Nice. He's down here. I saw the stuff come down here. Oh, he's the little fallen guy. It's Endugu. It's Witch Doctor Endugu. I actually really don't like this one. He hits really hard.
Oh yeah, he does.
The light burns within me.
This guy hits really, really hard. Dang it, I can't attack for some reason.
Dang it, Bobby.
He looks neat.
I can't do anything. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Is there a debuff?
Right,
I don't know.
3, 2, 1, now.
Ooh, me die this time.
That combo fucking took away one full bar. Do that again. I'll be ready in 7 seconds for that combo again.
I need aid. The light is glorious indeed.
Yeah, I think it's a little too hard for me.
Well, we'll still beat it here in a minute. Just God, he hits so freaking hard.
Be ready for the finishing combo.
Back to full strength.
You are now the warband leader. What? How am I the warband leader?
Nice.
Because Deviant left the warband.
Oh yeah? Weird.
Which one was that? 8?
Yeah, that was 8.
I'm not sure we could do 9.
Yeah, I don't think 9 is going to be possible. I bet you we made it onto the board, though. Leaderboard, I don't know.
I think we could do 9.
Let's see. Leaderboard hasn't updated yet.
Yeah, it still says level 7.
Maybe it's because we died? Does dying have something to do with it?
I don't know. We didn't die at all on the other one. No. I don't know. Did I
Standing
die
for the top 250 of each party size is determined by the rift level and the time.
Oh, leaderboard doesn't update instantly. Takes a while sometimes.
Okay, it says, okay, we're number 28. Or, hold on. Yeah.
Yeah, because I like calculated it out last time and said we were like 53, and we ended up being 53. It looks like we got bumped. But like we did 8 in a pretty good amount of time. What was it? What was our time for 58?
441.
441. So according to the list right now, we would be at. I think he's probably right. It's probably 23. Yeah, so 441. Actually, we might be 22. We might have just bumped the 22 spot down.
Oh, you guys are here too.
You act like you ain't never had a mirror in your house, Smoking J. Franklin, or you never brushed your hair or brushed your teeth.
Hey, invite me to the warband then, if you got open space.
Complain about vanity.
I'm seeing level 8 at 718.
Who am I inviting?
Xana, beside you.
No, this is individual. Looks like maybe. I don't know. I'm confused.
Thank you.
So you never brushed your hair or cleaned your teeth or anything to get your girlfriend, or dressed up nice, or put on some fancy new shoes or anything like that. So you went to your first date with your girlfriend with disheveled hair, stinky breath, brown teeth, clothes that hadn't been washed in several weeks, shoes that were brown and ugly and looked like you'd stepped in dog poo the previous day. Don't give me no bull crap about complaining about vanity, because I guarantee you're vain just like everybody else. Everybody. I don't think there's a single person in this world who's not vain. And if they are, they're probably homeless.
Jesus wasn't vain.
You kidding me? Jesus was wearing some pretty nice clothes. Literally, when they killed Jesus on the cross, the soldiers were gambling with dice over Jesus's clothes because he had clothes that were really, really fancy. Apparently, they were clothes that had been knitted with no seams. Do you know what kind of like ridiculousness it takes to make clothing with no seams? Does any of your clothing that you're wearing right now have no seams?
No.
It's like next to impossible.
What do you
It's
need,
like
friend?
extremely rare to have clothing that has no seams
Goodbye.
on it. It's some skilled labor, like absolutely skilled labor to make clothing with no seams.
If it's covered in blood, it kind of runs.
I don't think it was covered in blood, was it? Or maybe they were going to wash it out. I don't know. Maybe they knew some secret Roman technique for washing blood out of clothing.
Yeah, I'm trying 13, and that's a big nope.
Alright, so what are we doing next?
I don't know. Let's do a dungeon or something.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I'll do one if you have a space.
I don't know how do we get to the dungeons without actually going to the dungeons?
I think you still have to go to the dungeons. Because every time I've clicked on to go to one, it teleports me to right next to it. And then I have to click on dungeon.
But Smoking J. Franklin, were your clothes clean? Did they have like big giant pizza stains on them?
If you want to teleport there, open the codex, go to activities.
Did you take a shower?
Oh, apparently there's a kinship called Possum Kingdom. I love that song.
My point is that vanity is more than just a simple thing. It's very complex. And honestly, you can't hate vanity because vanity is a part of everybody.
Well, it's kind of like greed. Greed is a part of everybody too. It's just excessive greed is what is bad, just like excessive vanity. Everybody needs both of them in order to survive, basically.
Oh,
But
no, that's all wrong. Greed is when it's too much. Wanting something is not being greedy. Being greedy is bad. Like, greed is the derogatory of that. That greed is the fulfilling of having gone too far in that direction. So greed is not good, but wanting something isn't bad. There's a difference. Greed is bad. Unless it has 40% MF on it.
Legendary weapons each have their own unique essence.
no, that's greed. That's
You will
greed.
return again.
That's right.
Legendary weapons each.
Okay, let's see. I have either the Leoric or the Rapids as part of the special one on the Conquest page. The ones that are supposed to have a higher chance of dropping legendaries, even though I haven't had one drop yet.
Talking about the Mad King's Breach?
Yes.
Yeah, I did that once again, and I didn't get anything good from it either, but we can try
What's
it.
up, Shinobi?
Got a legendary chest a moment ago.
Oh, you wanna invite me? I'll do a couple of those.
I just want some XP, and it looks like dungeons are the way to go for XP. In fact, I soloed the King's Breach a few times, and I got like 1 bar of XP each time, or almost 1.
Yeah, that's supposed to be one of the best ones for XP.
Yeah, I already got the 2 levels that I needed to continue on my storyline quest, but I'm just still farming this because, you know, I can.
I need level 51. Like it jumps from 47 to 51.
I figure I might as
Yeah,
well
I'm
shoot
stuck
over the
on that
level
one.
it told me to get to.
I'm just wondering why everybody's so touchy today. God bless it. We're looking at the leaderboard and somebody's talking about vanity. I'm just over here like, who doesn't look at the leaderboard? Bend over to pick up a gold coin, greedy. Eat 1 chip from a bag of potato chips, you gluttonous bastard.
That's right.
You gluttonous turd.
That's only if you eat the last chip.
Oh, it's got to be the last chip? My bad.
You sit down on the couch for 5 minutes. You sloth. You lazy piece of shit.
Alright, let's do,
Are we gonna do the Mad King's Breach, or I'm here?
Yeah,
No.
I'm outside it right now.
Yeah, I'll go queue us up.
Invite me.
Well, we're still full, unless somebody wants to bow out.
Oh, if you have a full group, I'll just
I'm
switch full.
accidentally in a thing right now. Let me get out of this so I can join you.
Do I just click enter, or do I have to wait for like somebody to start it, or how does this work?
So, just really quickly, let's look at the word vanity, shall we? It says excessive pride in or admiration of one's own appearance or achievements. It flattered his vanity to think I was in love with him.
It won't let me teleport.
Notice the key word there in the definition.
Second.
The key word is, say it with me, folks, excessive. Which means that you're using the word wrong. Excessive would mean that I would have to be looking at the leaderboard like 3 or 4 times a day, every single day for the rest of my life touting my achievements every single day, 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 times a day. Every single time someone talks to me, I would be like, hey, did you know I'm #1 on the leaderboard? First thing out of my mouth would literally be my leaderboard status. Excessive is not subjective. I absolutely 100% disagree with that. Excessive is not subjective. Excessive is a very simple term. It means too much. Me looking at the leaderboard once or twice is not excessive. What is excessive is your use of the word vanity. Haha.
Okay, 3/4 of the way full.
How come I didn't get a pop-up? Are you guys in the dungeon already?
I'm locked in.
It says we're waiting on inertia or something.
Yeah, I said I'm locked in this.
Oh, okay.
It won't let me out of this quest now that I've started it.
I'll be back, I guess. This time to have a
kill this boss.
This time to have a cigarette.
Oh, man. It's so stupid sometimes. You literally will auto-navigate to something, and then it will teleport you back where you just were, and then walk you 10 feet. Instead of just walking you 10 feet.
As it has been, so shall it be. You up.
I have to kill this Chaos Herald real quick, and then I can join.
Yeah, we'll have a good one.
Have a good night, man.
Standing in the ancient city of Corvus, Deodessa the Builder bestowed the eternal crown upon her son, Kion. Fueled by the artifact's power, Kion formed the Immortals and swore to protect Sanctuary from the burning hells. But he would not do so unwatched. Knowing that power corrupts, Deodessa charged her daughter Akiba with a heavy burden. It would be her job to ensure the Immortals were forever worthy of this gift. Should they ever fall to the burning hells, Akiba and her shadows would take their place as the defenders of Sanctuary. This cycle is eternal. Since the time of the Firstborn, Deodessa has done her part to ensure that Sanctuary would be forever protected. For her plan to work, as you will come to learn, they are the Immortals and the Shadows, the first of which is ready to speak with you. Visit the Historical Archivist. She is near the Wall of Honor in the northeast of Westmarch. I will meet you there.
What's the name of the warband? Or how do I
Welcome
search
for you.
Okay.
What's the name of the warband?
Never mind. I didn't realize what this was. So what? There's 7 or 8 people
back.
can be in a warband.
Yeah, only 8 people can be in a warband.
Oh.
Oh, you ever like cook something like semi-regularly, and then you cook it, and it for some reason it tastes better than most of the other times you cooked before, and try to remember how you cooked it?
I've actually run into that before, and I cooked it exactly the same as the way before, and it didn't work. And the only thing I could think is that I was starving. A lot of the times when you're hungry, things taste better.
That scroll is only found by those truly capable of defending Sanctuary. You are no pretender, and I sense great power within you.
Yeah, I made some lasagna
Power
tonight.
can lead to corruption or sloth. You must be stronger than that to be one of us. Hand me the scroll, and
So I
you
think
shall
what I did
see.
different tonight was I let it cook a little bit longer, the sauce.
If you know how to fight demons without inviting corruption, I'm listening.
That scroll
I let it
is
cook for over
If you
2
know
hours
how to
instead of the usual like hour.
I'm telling you, a lot of the times it's how hungry you are, man. Like I've experienced it myself because I've made the same food the same way every single time. And sometimes it tastes good, and sometimes it tastes bad, and it also sometimes depends on what you're craving at that particular moment. Like, because your body will be craving certain things, and I'm fairly certain that taste has a lot to do with what your body's craving at any given moment.
Fair point.
But I've literally taken, like, for instance, one time I just made something really simple. It was the simplest thing ever. I took like rice and I just cooked it, and I added like hot sauce to it. It was the most delicious thing I'd ever had in my life, and I don't know why it was so good. And the next day I wanted to recreate the same thing. I had the same hot sauce, I had the same rice, I cooked it the same way, I added the same hot sauce, and it was disgusting. And I have no clue why. Never been able to recreate it since. I think it was just a craving that I had at that particular moment.
The Immortals, bestowed with righteous power by Desa the Builder. Their charge? To defend Sanctuary against the burning hells. To use their strength to keep the relentless demons at bay. To be a beacon of hope and light. But victories are temporary, and the Immortals can never relent or yield.
Oh yeah, I'm getting good at
Even
being
if
here.
all hope seems lost, they must find the courage to
Gotta keep the
stand
kill chain up
defiant
too,
for all time.
which is pretty easy to do. In this, you can do the whole room chain to a boss.
This is Corvus. Long ago, as I remember it, for all the violence that befell this place, I miss it.
Do you know now why you were called? I did not know either, before I bore the crown. Approach the heart. Accept the power of the immortal. They do not find you worthy of the power, and for that alone, they will kill.
What's up
But they do not know you, not truly. Show them. Banish your fear. You have proven yourself.
Let's not be too.
How am I floating in the air?
You're a witch!
I don't know what's going on. I really don't. It's really awkward floating in the air like this. I'm gonna be honest.
Back to full strength.
They were wrong. Now
Memory
return
completed.
and
I like horsey Leoric.
That was some bullcrap.
Are you back with me? Good. Curiosity isn't... Remember, we are but one side of the coin. Stay and read as much of the Immortals as you wish. And when you're done, think about heading to the tavern. I'm told someone from the other side wants to speak
Ooh, I
with you.
just got legendary.
Being an immortal. Daily goals, defend the vault, Kion's ordeal, rite of exile.
I'm gonna take a break for a bit, but I'll be back on in a while.
Alright.
Let me go ID this, and we can do it again if you want.
I'll be done mine in a second here if you want to wait a minute.
Okay. Yeah, I actually got over a bar in that.
Yeah, I'm getting about the same.
Been chatting with the abnormally access. Hoping to become your name has been entered into the lottery.
2 up.
Your name has been entered.
Damn it, just a wave strike one.
The Court of Whispers. There's rats all over the place down here. Ginger gaming gambling? No thank you. Not much of a gambler myself. Never have been. I didn't pay any money. Did you see me pay any money for that lottery ticket?
Akiba, daughter of Deodessa, founded the Shadows.
Oh, my combat rating is 507 now.
You think you have what it
Tell
takes
me when you're ready,
to walk
Patty.
this path.
Do you want to join again, Ginger, or are
You
you
must
doing your own
work
thing?
unseen.
Many say
I'm in the
they
middle of a
want to
quest.
protect other.
We test the Immortals. We ensure they are worthy of the power
Does
they
anybody else
inherited.
want to hop in, or?
I'm right beside the portal here.
Who was that?
Xana. beside the
Prepare
portal
yourself.
At Mad King's. Is that where you are?
Yep.
Yeah.
A dark burden given, and a hidden force created. One that could step up should the mightiest immortal fail. The Shadows, constant challengers to the would-be defenders of Sanctuary. They would test the Immortals, looking for weakness and apathy. Led by Akiba, the Shadows would overthrow the Immortals when the time was right. But even in victory, she knew her watch had just begun. For this is an eternal cycle.
So I can sum up the Immortals and the Shadows for you really quickly. Let me sum it up for you guys who may be confused on this, because it's hilarious. You guys are gonna like this. The Immortals are Superman, and the Shadow is Batman. Okay, what relationship does Superman and Batman have? Right? Superman is the god who saves the world and has the power to stop planets and all sorts of crazy stuff like that, right? And Batman is just a man, right? He's just a man. But what did he do? He killed Superman. Why did he kill Superman? Because he felt Superman was evil. He felt Superman was abusing his power. He felt Superman was, not living up to his godlike stature, or whatever other reason you might want to conjure. But Batman felt he was doing the right thing. Right? So Batman kills Superman for the right reasons. That's basically what Shadows and Immortals are. The Immortals are essentially Superman, and the Shadows are essentially Batman, and Batman is constantly testing Superman to make sure that Superman is still being a good guy. And if Superman ever turns to the dark side, Batman is standing there with a Kryptonian knife ready to kill Superman and make sure that he doesn't turn to the dark side.
The battle hall of a great hero. Plagued by doubters, he fought valiantly, and he won. My memory is different. My brother was a great hero, unlike any before or since. But he still failed. The power he held was more than anyone could bear. The strongest, the wisest, the most dedicated, exiled him and took up his burden, as it must ever be.
He did lose to Batman Harleytron many times. And one of the simplest and easiest ways that Batman killed Superman was probably the the funniest. He literally had a guy attempt to commit suicide on a building with a gun like this, like, oh, I'm gonna kill myself, and Superman comes up and he goes, hey, don't kill yourself, there's more to life than just this. And of course the guy who's committing suicide turns the gun on Superman, and Superman doesn't think anything of it because this is just some random guy who's gonna commit suicide. Oh no. Psh. And he turns the gun on Superman and he fires, and it's a Kryptonian bullet, and just like that, Superman's dead. And if it wasn't for the fact that Batman literally came and saved him, Superman would have died.
The immortal. Reclaim.
In the movies, this was in the comics. There was there was a comic where Batman had a plan to kill every single Justice League member, and literally had the plans on his Bat computer in an encrypted file, and somebody hacked into his computer and stole his encrypted file and put into plan every single one of Batman's plans to kill the Justice League. And Batman had to go around saving every single Justice League member, and his plan worked for every single Justice League member. He killed them all. And if it wasn't for the fact that Batman literally went and saved them from his own plan, they all would have died. Superman would have died, Green Lantern would have died, Flash would have died, Wonder Woman was about to die. All of them would have died if he had not went and saved them. And that's my point. Batman is like the shadows. He's constantly there to make sure that you don't turn evil. He wants to make sure that you don't become the bad guy. He doesn't care that you're the good guy. He just wants to make sure you don't become the bad guy.
And now you know the truth.
Are the ones making sure the Immortals never become corrupt or complacent. I understand.
Yes. Though Akiba and Kion are long dead, there are others who can help you decide where to focus your efforts. Those you've met on this journey can be useful advice. You may simply continue as an adventurer, as you have. But the cycle swirls ever around us, even if we ignore it. Listen for rumors to learn how the cycle is faring.
If Batman becomes the bad guy, then you might as well just give up on life, because it's already happened in the comics. The Batman who laughs, and he's terrible. He's absolutely terrible. Google the Batman who laughs and do a little bit of research into the Batman who laughs. You will regret it. You will regret it. By the way, at the end of the episode where Batman almost kills Superman using his own plan, and Superman finds out that the plan was actually Batman's, even though Batman saved him, Superman gives him the kryptonite bullet back. And he literally tells him that he understands what he was trying to do, and that he is glad that someone is out there who would protect the world in case he went bad.
You're back. They are skilled at fighting demons. And each other.
Yes. Thankfully, everything has been prepared. Whenever you're ready, Rem should be...
Thank you once.
I think his plan to kill Wonder Woman was frickin' amazing, though. He identified a fault in Wonder Woman that I had never identified. Something that I had never figured out, which was kind of interesting. Apparently, Wonder Woman has one single fault that a lot of people don't even know about. She never gives up a battle. And I never thought about this as a bad thing, but Batman figured it out. He figured out that it was indeed a bad thing, and that literally if someone is not willing to ever give up a battle, no matter how long the battle lasts, no one could last forever. So he literally figured out a way to make Wonder Woman fight forever, until her heart literally exploded in her own chest. Honestly, Batman's hand-to-hand combat and things like that and his gadgets are not really his power. His power is his mind. Batman has the mind of a master detective. He's able to figure things out that other people can't. He figured out Wonder Woman's weakness. He figured out Green Lantern's weakness. He figured out Flash's weakness. He sits there and he ponders these things. He knows what Superman's weakness is. And no, Superman's weakness wasn't necessarily kryptonite. You know, Superman's weakness is his kindness. That's how he killed him with a frickin' suicider. Yeah, it's a low blow, but Batman knew that he would fall for it. Honestly, all the rest of it is just so he can keep up with the other guys. He needs a plane so he can fly, because he can't fly. He needs a boat so he can go across the water. He needs a submarine so he can go under the water. I mean, meanwhile, Superman can go in outer space. He can fly. He can go underwater. He can go over water. He can go in the earth. He can do whatever he wants to do. Batman needs a gadget for everything. Honestly, if you just gave Batman Superman's powers and just call it a day, like, that's honestly, that's pretty much the end of it. Oh, look at that. It's got a history of all your drops. I didn't know that. That's kind of cool. Tells you what you got for each run. Huh. Is Batman worthy to pick up Mjolnir? I don't know. He's in a different universe, first off. Second off, I really don't know. I mean, he's never killed anybody as far as I know. Has Batman ever killed anybody? I think he's one of those strict no-kill heroes.
The light is glorious indeed.
Batman who lasts Fortnite skin. Interesting. He's become pretty popular lately. I can see that.
My strength fails. World's better.
You guys still throwing stuff at me through the walls.
A short respite should be enough.
Not allowed to use abilities?
I need aid.
Am I debuffed or something? What the hell's going on?
I'm healed. All right.
Oh, well, there we go. That was kind of trolly.
Back to full strength. Still recharging. Don't have enough energy. A short respite should be enough. By holy fire, be redeemed! The light is glorious indeed.
Whew, this is a rough one. I mean, is killing someone, though, necessarily going to exclude you from Mjolnir? That's the question.
I'm healed.
That's the question that we've got to ask here. I mean, what are the qualifications of Mjolnir? What, pure of spirit? I mean, Captain America can pick the thing up.
Fury upon you.
Is Batman as pure as Captain America? Could Superman pick up Mjolnir?
The light is glorious indeed. Not enough energy.
Because of his ego? Actually, I can think of one reason why Batman probably can't pick it up. Because he took vengeance. Didn't he take vengeance on his parents?
World's better. Let's not be too eager.
Back to full strength.
God, they do so much damage here. It's freaking nuts. Just like a regular archer kicks my butt.
World spinner. Abilities already.
Come, meet your end.
Strength fails. Back to full strength. I don't have
Might be able to beat 11. What are you there? This one little archer doesn't kill me. I kill everything in the whole game, but one archer will wreck me, I guarantee you.
My health returns.
The light burns within me.
Let's not be too. Not enough.
I blinded everybody too. I don't even know how I just died. I literally hit a blind, and everybody was blinded, still died anyway. Here we go. Do I have enough time to kill her?
Let's not be too.
God bless it, I didn't mean to click on that. It's gonna be tight. He does. She does. It's gonna be really close. I might not be able to get this. Oh wait, my ultimate, my ultimate. Oh god, so close. I got some legendary shoulder pads. Yeah, she's definitely got boobage. Definitely boobage. Well, I got some unique shoulder pads. I'm pretty sure I'm just using like... Oh, I have unique shoulder pads on already. Oh, these are drawn quarter shoulder pads. I don't even want drawn quarter shoulder pads. Yeah, definitely. Let's see if we can get something better than drawn shoulder quarter pads. Blah, 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 pads. Where is she? She's over here, right? Somewhere, like... That's antiquities. There she
Every
is.
item has a history. I hope I was of assistance.
Deal 10% increased damage for a few seconds after using either stage of Falling Sword. Nah, that's not really that useful. And their Fortitude Willpower, which means they're less than what I have on. Poopies. They're not even better than what I've got. Sadness. 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 I mean, I can transfer my gem to it. That's about it. Honestly, it doesn't seem like a very good item. I think I'll throw it in the stash, but... Meh. I don't use drawn quarter, so... Drawn quarter doesn't really do me any good. And, yeah. Yeah. Underwhelming. Hey, at least I completed number 14. Did I get on the board for number 14? Let's take a look, shall we? Oh, I'm still number 10. Oh, I am number 10. Oh, nice. I'm number 10. Look. Completed 11, 9 minutes and 40 seconds. Look at this guy right here. 4 minutes and 39 seconds. Half the time it took me. This guy 4:19. It's pretty sweet. It's terrible. You guys are terrible. I'm logging off. I ain't had nothing but nasty comments all day long. I hate to end the stream like this, but man, just the nastiest group of people today. Every single person wants to complain about something. Nobody wants to be nice. I'll see you guys later.